When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk, people. When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to another edition of the Make We Talk program. We're going to speak about the hurricane that is in the Caribbean. I have some update to give to everyone. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Welcome to the program, everyone. Welcome wherever you are, listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. I want to say good morning to all our families and friends, our sisters and brothers in the Caribbean, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, St. Lucia, Grenada. Good morning to you all. We're going to have a live feed of the update now to give to you. I have an update to give to you right now. Then we're going to go over to some webcam that is coming into us from both St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Barbados and other places around the Caribbean. It's a bit bleaky here in South Florida. Please don't go anywhere. Please stay with us to see what is going on. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Share this live feed to all those who you want to share it to, because believe you me, this is a hurricane that is a small one, they're saying, but it's huge in a sense. Directly to Cayman Islands, Jamaica, Cayman Islands, and so forth. We want to say to all our family and friends in Cayman, get yourself prepared. Get yourself prepared. Get yourself prepared, because this is something that we all need to take seriously. Take serious, rather. Take it very serious. This is nothing to be playing with. It's something to take serious. Let us listen to what the weatherman had to say over the period of time that we wasn't on. And listen to what he has to say. And I want you all to listen keenly and carefully to what this man has to say, because this is something that, believe him, as I said before, we need to take very serious. Something that we don't play with.
St. Vincent,
Here we go.
Grenadines, and our islands of... They do it. The comments throughout the day Let us know what's going on where you are or what's not going on. Now, we're thinking of you in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and our islands of Grenada, as this will take a direct hit. Yesterday, I was talking about in the video, these don't move in a straight line, especially bigger systems. It's not a straight line. They wobble a little bit, and we would see where the wobbles would go. Some of us are going to do better than expected. Some of us, though, worse. And the worst end of this is going to be St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. A little wobble to the south. That's helping us out. Dominica, Martinique, St. Lucia, even Barbados. Been up all night with you, and we haven't had a whole lot of rain. But the core of this is moving right toward Grenada, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and stronger tropical storm conditions now for Tobago, since it took a little wobble to the south. So here it is. This is powerful Hurricane Beryl. I want to get into what it's doing now, what it will do throughout the day, and what it's going to do next as it works its way across the Caribbean, watching Jamaica, eventually Belize and the Yucatan. And all islands matter, whether we have a few people or a little people. I'm watching this for everyone, so I want to go island by island and cover this for you as we move forward. But now, I do want to touch on this too. The Bay of Campeche, here's Mexico. This briefly formed overnight. This was Tropical Storm Chris. We've been tracking this together for about a week. It did spin up. That's going to bring some heavier rain into Mexico. So I'll monitor that as we go throughout the day. I'll get to those rain totals in a moment. But there is powerful Hurricane Beryl. That is going to continue to work into the Caribbean today. Back behind it, this disturbance is not better organized. This is the one that still may try to become a tropical storm on the heels right behind Beryl. I'm not seeing anything too terribly strong. And another strong tropical wave coming off the coast of Africa, which is normal. Now, here's the latest information. There are tropical storm watches up now for, or rather, these are tropical storm watches up for Haiti in the Dominican Republic. The core of it is going to stay to the south of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. We'll see some rain moving in, and this will stay south of Puerto Rico. Again, this will stay south of Puerto Rico, but Jamaica, this will be moving in by the time we get into Wednesday, or at least close to us. I'm hoping the core stays just to the south. So I'll get into Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Yucatan, and Belize as we move forward. But let me get to what's going on now. This is the immediate concern. St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Grenada, these brighter colors, that is the core of this. The core is the middle, around the eye wall. That's where the worst weather is. So Barbados, it's going to be moving away. We've done better. Tobago, though, some tropical storm conditions. This is late morning. And then we have that direct hit late morning through early afternoon, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. Again, that's where most of this is. If you're not there, I'm thankful for that, but I am thinking of our friends in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. This is 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. We're still going to have either hurricane or tropical storm conditions, but then it starts to work away. By the time we hit 8 o'clock, it starts to move away. And you can see the core of the winds, not as much Martinique to the north. I'll go island by island in a moment, but there are the hurricane winds right moving into St. Vincent, the Grenadines now down through. Here's Grenada in our islands of Grenada. And you can see the core of this moves in. Winds 145 kilometers an hour. That's about 90 miles per hour. There will be some higher gusts. There's the core of it staying to the north of Trinidad and Tobago, although we'll have the gusty winds, especially in Tobago today. This is 2 o'clock, hurricane conditions. St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. St. Lucia, we're on the edge of it. We're going to know there's a big system nearby, right? But most of it stays to the south. We will have tropical storm conditions. I'll touch on that in a moment. And then by 8 o'clock on the backside, still gusty winds, but that's when things start to move away and start to work across the Caribbean. So let me get into the bigger picture and what's also going to happen next. So this is later today. You see again, here is Beryl. This is what's left of Chris. Tropical storm, very brief one, bringing some of the rain back toward Mexico. Here's Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Haiti, and the DR. This is tomorrow. As we work our way into tomorrow afternoon, this is 2 o'clock. This is south of Puerto Rico. Some rain may break free and move in, and we'll see some heavier rain try to work into parts of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, but the middle of this system will be to the south. I know some other channels like to make it look like every storm's going to hit everyone, but that is not the case. So I'd like to also mention where it's not going. Now, as we get toward Wednesday, though, this system starts to work into Jamaica, which we need to take those preparations because sometimes it looks like it's going to be a direct hit of a hurricane. Other times it looks like it would be just to the south, but would still give us tropical storm conditions. So regardless, there's going to be some sort of impacts in Jamaica. And I'm going to spell that out in a moment. And then the Cayman Islands. Now, the Cayman Islands, the center of this, the core of it will be south. but we are going to see some rain breaking free and kind of moving in. So I'm going to be monitoring this for the Cayman Islands. This would be by Thursday. And then you see that second system that's going to work in Wednesday into Thursday in the Eastern Caribbean. That may or may not become a tropical storm, but that will either way increase our rain. This is Thursday afternoon, and you can see here's Belize and here's Mexico. Late term, there's been a little bit more of a shift to the south. That would bring either tropical storm or hurricane conditions to parts of Belize, mainly on the north side, and then up toward Mexico. This is by Friday. And Friday, we'll watch whatever's kind of left of that system back toward the Eastern Caribbean. Now, there's going to be some weakening in here in the Western Caribbean. That's because of the wind shear. We're going to see some wind shear out of the wind shear is good. The thunderstorms with these hurricanes come across. The wind shear comes in the opposite direction and just knocks it across. So I'm hoping for a little more weakening. So let me break down the Northern Caribbean here. Here are the Cayman Islands. Here's Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic. There are the winds in kilometers per hour and miles per hour to give you both of the scales. This is Tuesday. So Puerto Rico, this is to the south. Haiti and the DR, we're going to get brushed by the tropical storm conditions. I mentioned over toward Jacmel, even Boston Blue, we could see some of the gustier winds moving in, watching out for the rain threat in Haiti and the DR. But there's the center of this, the core of it, the red and yellow shading popping up. Those would be the hurricane conditions. So Jamaica, by Wednesday morning, we'll start to get some tropical storm conditions moving in to our eastern zones. Now, I'm not sure yet. I tell you what I know and what I don't know. There's a lot of variables with the weather, as you well know. I'm not sure if this will be a direct hit or just to the south, but either way, even if the core is just to the south, you see it here, that would keep the hurricane conditions so close by, but just offshore, and that would give us tropical storm conditions on Wednesday. So it's either going to be tropical storm or hurricane conditions. Either way, we're getting something in Jamaica. Then the system will be moving in throughout the day on Wednesday and Wednesday night. And then we'll see tropical storm or hurricane conditions near the Cayman Islands. The worst weather would be just to the south of our big island, but you can see, again, some gustier winds that will be moving in the Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands, yes, gustier winds. We'll see a bit of a surge, higher seas, but I'm cautiously optimistic. This is late on Thursday, but I'm going to be watching for changes. We know this is down the road. There's going to be changes. So we're still, everything I talked about yesterday on track. Haiti and the DR, we're in monitor mode. Yes, some tropical storm conditions are possible. My biggest concern will be flooding with some of the river crossings in Haiti and the DR. As we work our way back toward Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, we are in action mode because of the kind of variability with this, the fact we could get some changes. But Jamaica, I want to stress, we're going to get something either way. There are tropical storm conditions or hurricane conditions. So we're taking that action to be safe. And again, thinking of others too that may have not gone through this. So you guys are also kind, helping others through these systems. Cayman Islands, we're taking the preps because we don't have many. If things change, we don't have much time. We're talking about on Wednesday into Thursday where we could get tropical storm or hurricane conditions close by. So we need to be safe. I mean, that just makes sense. The window of time's closing. Yes, that would be great if this stays to the south of the Cayman Islands, but we need to take some of the preps now. Again, that's why we do this together. We got to make some of those preps. Now, I want to go more to the west here. Here's Mexico. Here's Belize. And this is the Yucatan of Mexico.
If you're just joining us, we're giving you an update on what is going on within the Caribbean pertaining to Hurricane Beryl and so forth. So we're going to get you some more details what is going on. As what the gentleman is saying, we're going to continue watching him and listen to what he's saying. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. We won't be on this program for long, but for now, listen to what he's saying.
Ago down through Belize, we're taking those hurricane preps. And I want to mention my friends in some of the islands, there's a lot of islands, but for example, as you get toward Honduras, you get toward Roatan, Providencia, San Andres, we do need to take those preps because again, we're smaller islands. We don't have as much time. So we're taking those preparations. We're using our common sense, but we are in action mode. Belize, we're thinking about, hey, what could happen if a tropical storm moves in late Thursday into Friday? So that's what you need. If tropical storm may move in later this week, what do I need to start doing? Same thing over toward the Yucatan of Mexico. And it could be a hurricane too. Not quite sure on the intensity. I'll show you why in a second. Now, the second system back behind this is that little area I showed you in the Atlantic. This may move in. If it does, it looks like at worst, it would be tropical storm conditions. It's going to increase our chance of rain. Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines again, and especially.
We are going to break away from this. There's a news conference. We're going to break away from this. There is a news conference going on with the Prime Minister of Grenada, Duncan Mitchell. Prime Minister Mitchell is addressing the people of Grenada, and we're going to go over to that live now. Just one moment here, please. Here we go.
Some significant damage. We're having reports. However, after the event, we will have to do the assessments to ascertain what has happened across Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, and then provide information as becomes necessary. NADMA has started its discussions with CDIMA on the immediate relief efforts, and CDIMA is preparing to deploy teams to Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, because we understand that the sister isles, Carriacou and Petite Martinique, may have been impacted more significantly because the eye passing in that area. So again, we will provide the support that's necessary, and we are discussing with CDIMA things like relief supplies, shelter and feeding, and other logistics that will be necessary to mount a robust relief program after this devastating hurricane. Again, just a few tips, okay, as you go through this hurricane. Please remember to try to be calm and provide support for those around you. So the people around you, provide some support for them. After the storm, we urge that you do not venture out in terms of going to sightsee. The meteorological office will issue the all clear, and that when the all clear is issued, the teams, the assessment teams, will be out doing their assessment. And remember, we are under a curfew, and we will only be allowed out when the announcement is made. So even though the all clear is given, you should not venture out. Okay, even though the all clear is given, you should not venture out, because we are currently under a state of emergency and under a curfew, as Prime Minister mentioned earlier. And we will, from the agency here, we will make the announcements when people will be allowed to venture out. So we ask you, please do not go sightseeing.
If you're just joining us, a press conference coming in to us from Grenada. You know, Grenada has been impacted by Hurricane Beryl. Let's listen to some more.
Again, it's a Category 4, a strong Category 4 hurricane, and we will experience dangerous winds, storm surge, a lot of rainfall, and there will be fallen trees, down utility poles and lines, and landslides, roof loss. And we ask that you be mindful of those things. And if you are in a shelter, or if you are at your home, or you're with friends, we ask that you remain where you are in a safe place until after the event. Okay, after the event. So we continue to collaborate with our partners to ensure that we mount a robust relief program after the event. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Walters, for your updates. We want to hear now from Prime Minister, Minister for National Security and Disaster Management.
Thank you, Press Secretary, and good morning again to the citizens of Grenada, Carriacou, and Petite Martinique, our visitors and guests who are with us, and Grenadians in the diaspora and to the wider region. It has been a long morning, and perhaps an even longer morning for our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petite Martinique who are bearing the brunt of Hurricane Beryl. As you've heard from the Meteorological Office and the head of NADMA, it is a Category 4, very strong, almost borderline Category 5 hurricane. The expectation is that the damage in Carriacou and PT Martinique is going to be extreme. Minister for Carriacou and PT Martinique Affairs, Minister Tavares, indicated that there was devastation all around. We therefore expect that we will have to quickly transition into damage assessment and recovery and stabilization mode. And we are already beginning to look at our plans to make sure that we respond as quickly as possible to the needs of our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and PT Martinique. We have reports of extensive storm surge. We have reports of extensive loss of roof and damage to buildings. There is no electricity on any of the islands, and communication is also difficult. Because of the rough seas and because the eye of the hurricane has just passed over Carriacou, we anticipate that we may be in for another 3 to 4 hours of intense wind, of strong storm surge, and there is the likelihood of even greater damage. And so in the circumstances, we have to continue to hunker down. We have to continue to pray for our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and PT Martinique, and we certainly hope that the hurricane moves on quickly so that we can get the opportunity, hopefully by late evening, to begin the damage assessment and the recovery operations. We will be working closely with our regional partners to make sure that we can do so. We suspect that Union Island is also bearing the brunt of some of the effects of the storm. I've been in contact with Prime Minister Gonzalez. He will provide an update to the region in relation to Union Island, but we will take a coordinated response, given that they're all Grenadine islands, to make sure that our citizens, brothers and sisters in the Grenadines are well served. I have already instructed the Housing Authority to make available to the citizens of Carriacou and PT Martinique the Chinese-built affordable homes, so that if necessary, anyone who is without a roof over their head can have immediate access to the site for temporary housing. We have already given instructions to the Ministry of Finance and to the Ministry of Carriacou and PT Martinique Affairs to identify any local suppliers in Carriacou who have stock on hand, whether it's water, canned goods, dry food, tarpaulins, ply, to make them immediately available so that we can mount the recovery efforts as soon as possible. As soon as it is safe to do so, I will journey to Carriacou to assess the damage and to give a full report to the nation. I want to stress, however, particularly for mainland, that while the eye of the hurricane did not pass over Grenada, we are expected to have a strong wind, storm surge, and continued heavy precipitation for the next several hours. The warnings, the advice, therefore remains in effect. We have several reports of damage to buildings, several reports of roofs being blown off, including the central police station on the Carnage. So even government infrastructure is impacted. The roof at the Monge Hospital has also been damaged, and steps have been taken to evacuate the patients there and to bring them in the lower level. So it is not just Carriacou that is bearing significant damage. Parts of Grenada is doing the same. And so we want to urge you to remain safe, to continue listening to the advisories that comes out from NADMA and the Met Office. To our citizens who are at the shelters, we are going to ask you to bear with us. It is not safe for us to send persons out on the roadways at this point in time to provide any further support or relief or supplies to you. So we're going to ask you to hunker down. The Met Office will be monitoring the system. We are prayerful and optimistic that by late evening, it may become a bit safer for us to send relief out to you. But we ask you to bear with us, because we want to make sure that we do not endanger the lives of any workers in the meantime, while the wind is still strong and while the rain is falling. We will keep the state of emergency in place as per the emergency regulations. We will try to do the damage assessment as quickly as it can be done and in a safe manner. And then once we're able to do so, we will provide further updates to the nation. So again, widespread reports of destruction and devastation in Carriacou and Petite Martinique. We expect that we will still have very strong winds, storm surges, and more rainfall for the next 3 to 4 hours. So we have no choice but to continue to pray, to continue to hunker down, and to be safe. We do not have, as yet, any report of any loss of lives or injuries to persons, but that may change quickly. As you'd appreciate, in half an hour, Carriacou was flattened. And so you have to appreciate the ferocity and the strength of the hurricane, and therefore we are not yet out of the woods, and we are not able to say for sure that no one has been injured or there's been no loss of life as a result of the hurricane. But we will continue to receive the information. Of course, communication is now more challenged, but as soon as we have reliable and accurate information and we're in a position to share and update, we will continue to do so. So again, thank you very much for being good citizens. Thank you very much for the prayers and the support, and we will continue to work through this difficult time. Rest assured, however, that Grenada will emerge from this stronger, more united, and better able to deal with hurricanes and other climatic events as they no doubt will continue to happen in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for your thorough updates and reminders. I want to say thanks again to everyone who has been listening and following the protocols especially, and big shout outs to our team at GIS, TNR,
We're going to break away from this and go over to Barbados, where there is a live stream going on over in Barbados. I don't know if the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mayor Motley, may be addressing the nation, but based on what we're getting out of Barbados right now, hold on for me, please. Let's go over to this one over here. Bear with us, please. I'm just trying to get a feed out of Barbados here. There's a news the news channel is out of Barbados I'm piggybacking on. Let me see if we can get it. Oh, here we go. One moment for me, please. Make we go over here and go over to CBC, Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation over there in Barbados. And let us see what's going on in Barbados. For everyone in the diaspora who are listening to us, welcome to the Make We Talk program. Here we go.
To get the impact of what this loss can mean for them, because these are people that go, they have to support their families and all sorts of things, their livelihood. So this cannot be easy. So if we can spend some time with you to find out exactly, do you have an idea of how many boats have been damaged at this point?
It's hard to say how many boats have been damaged at this point because it's literally still ongoing. You can see behind me, we're literally watching another boat literally cracked right here. Some of these boats behind here are sinking. So the fishermen are behind me saying that every boat in here is damaged.
Wow. Wow. How Crystal, can you find out how many boats are tied up at the Bridgetown port? Is there a number to that so that we'll have an idea? How many boats are tied up at the Bridgetown
from the Chief Fisheries Officer.
Okay.
This boat here just passed away. Are you ready to speak to us? Come join me.
Yeah, we have guys, bear with us. We have a live situation here, so let's take in as much as we can.
Complex. I also look after boats in here. One of the boats that I help with, I watched it sink. Another one that we're looking for, we can't find. It's gone too. The other one, honestly, we just hoping for the best. You understand? I have watched 3 boats sink so far since I've been here. You understand? I've watched one break in half, and I'm watching another one here, no break in half. So much destruction is in here right now. So much destruction. You understand? From the time I got here this morning, it was pure destruction. And it's not getting any better, it's getting worse. So all I can say is for the nation right now to pray for the fishermen, for their family, their livelihoods. This is my livelihood. You understand? Pray for our families. There's nothing more we can do. We can't even save the boats. We tried. We were trying for the whole morning to save. We can't. Fishermen were out there trying to help pull them out, trying to get them tied on together. They had to jump off their boats for their safety. everything is mashed up. Jetty gone, everything. More boats are sinking. So between them and maybe the end of the day, half of the boats sinking, maybe sinking.
Wow, that's terrible. It really is terrible,
Sad.
Crystal Hoyt.
Sad.
Certainly in the midst of all.
Well, one of these boats, maybe a wood board, 160,000, 170,000. That's a wood board. Imagine fiberglass, millions of dollars, millions of dollars, millions of dollars. And I'm not exaggerating. This is millions and millions of dollars that gone on the drain. And then to repair them. Those are damaged. I spend so much money to repair them. Even if I would board, you understand? It's hard. You understand me? It's very, very hard. I feel for the fishermen here today. Some of them are here crying. I say like we had gone on the board, gone on the drain. The money that's sinking to their boats gone on the drain. You understand? The boat owners are here. And they can feel their pain. You understand? They watch their livelihood going on the drain. And not to hear about it, but to actually see it with your own eyes is worse. I have fishermen here crying. Fishermen here don't know what to do. Look, Jen in the air, look. The sea has actually brought it off out the sea. It's on the land. Anything hit that now? It done. What are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? The government somebody needs to come down here and see what's going on here. What are we gonna do?
Well, we're going to hope to get some information from the chief office soon regarding the number of boats that and I am literally looking at some of the pictures, show tears in their eyes. This is.
If you're just joining us, we're having a live feed from Barbados, where Hurricane Beryl has made landfall in Barbados. One moment for us, please. Go ahead.
Thank you. We're not going to leave you 100% because there's so much going on at the British Fisheries, but we'll give you a little break to sort yourself out, get yourself together, find out who you can chat to, and we will take it here at CBC.
I understand that we also have a report from St. Vincent and the Grenadines,
Yep,
and we have to get back in there as well. Let's head on back, and we'll come back and update you on.
All right. So we have issues with St. Vincent,
but we have a report.
Anything live from there because apparently the internet is down.
Yes.
So while that is sorted, and we're trying to put everything together, this is a live situation, so it's never going to be easy. But the fisheries situation is one where in the past, these boats have been pulled together, shut up properly and stuff for systems that was nowhere near where we are today. So this is the problem that we've got right now. Experience. Lack of experience. Let's go St. Vincent. Kendall Horn is back with us. And I want to welcome back, Kendall. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon now, isn't it? Just after 12. Welcome back, Kendall Horn from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He filed this report. Let's have a listen.
Go ahead, Kendall.
Yes, good day to everybody in Barbados and those who are listening to your broadcast. I'm currently here in on the outskirts of Kingston, capital Kingston, where Hurricane Beryl has increased intensity and is sort of reaping havoc, I can say at the moment, because from what I can see in the neighboring communities, a number of houses, at least 4 or 5 houses have lost their roof, and a number of them still, some of the roofs are still clinging, barely clinging, just waiting for another rush of wind to be dismantled. The electricity, I can tell you, is out on my side here, I think for most parts of the country, and the internet services, I see that the telecommunication companies are also having some problem because I have data, but I cannot access it. But it's really something because I just ventured out to just on the other side of Kingston, and I can tell you from what I saw, I had to get back home. And when I was heading back to my direction, the trees were falling around me. The road was basically riddled with mangoes and different fruits that were bearing because of the season. So it's really something that we haven't seen in a while, at least from my standpoint. We haven't seen this in a while. It's sheer destruction at the moment from my angle.
Are you hearing of any injuries?
Uh, Not at the moment. I was looking at some coverage coming along. I saw the posting a young lady, but I still don't know the full story behind that. I saw video images earlier in the day of police having to send home citizens to get them off the street. And but for now, I can tell you, you can't see much on the road. Persons are very much worried because around us we are seeing a number of house roofs being dismantled and the pole lines are coming down.
Go ahead, Kenville.
Wow. So we've got 5 roofs so far off
St. Vincent.
in St. Vincent that
Yeah.
he's observed so far. And we haven't got what you will call an account now
No.
of the rest of the country. So we are keeping our prayers firm with our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But we do know that they're definitely trying to batten down and brace for the worst, the impact of Hurricane Beryl.
Well, it clearly has gotten worse. The fact that we cannot accommodate the live broadcasts again from their end tells you that it has gotten worse. And I believe that if we had any access at all to Carriacou and Petite Martinique and Mustique and these islands, we will hear some more stories coming up. We will have to wait, unfortunately, to the aftermath to be able to bring you pictures and video footage of all these small islands and the devastating effect that Beryl is having on these islands. It's not easy. Barbados in itself, as you've seen, is also having a few problems. There's still people across the country that can tell you of things. We've lost a couple roofs ourselves. We've lost trees, all sorts of things. Beryl is certainly taking its toll on the Caribbean. 228-5562, that's the number you can call. And people have also been sending information that they're getting from their family members and stuff within the Caribbean. We will try to put it all together for you and bring it to you in a complete package. But right now, in a live situation, it's important to gather all the information that you can live, so to keep you pretty much up to date with what's going on. It is now just about 6 minutes after midday. We're supposed to be getting another update from the meteorological office. It might be a little less than 6 minutes. My watch may be a bit quick, but we're anxious to hear what's happening with the positioning of this Hurricane Beryl. Very, very important. We've got more footage in the meantime from here in Barbados as it relates to areas that are damaged. We're also hearing now that someone might have been injured in the melee. So let's have and keep an eye on this footage. A home clearly losing a part of its roof here. So this is new video footage coming into us, and that is also very sad. The DEM will have a whole lot of work.
We're going to break away from Barbados. We're going to break away from Barbados. And we have an item of news just coming into us in our newsroom here. This is Make We Talk breaking news. This is Make We Talk breaking news. News. Sorry about that. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm here chatting off my head. Think that there was think there was some sound here. I do apologize. I do apologize. Are you hearing me? Are you guys hearing me now? Yes. Okay. I do apologize. I was saying to you that the government of Jamaica, headed by the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness, will be having a press conference this afternoon at 12 noon. There will be a press conference out of Jamaica at 12 noon pertaining to Hurricane Beryl. Bear with us, stay with us. We're going to see if we can bring that to you live. I don't know if I can, but if I can, I will. There will be a press conference live from Jamaica pertaining to Hurricane Beryl. You see what is going on in Barbados. We are trying to get my sources over there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, but of course, yes, they said on the news thing out of Barbados that the internet, the telephone providers in Trinidad and St. Vincent and the Grenadines are having so much difficulties getting up their system there. But as I'm saying right now, the government of Jamaica will be having a press conference at 12 noon. There will be a press conference out of Jamaica at 12 noon, and we will bring that to you live right here on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. It is very important that we take heed with this hurricane. Even right here in people who lives in Florida must take heed. Okay, this is what I'm hearing. Is aimed to report update. Okay, the government of Jamaica is aimed to report up to date. Oh, hold on for me. I think I'm reading something wrong here. This is what JS is saying. It's not JS I'm supposed to get. Sorry. I'm supposed to get JS at all. But based on what we're hearing, there will be a live press conference at 12 noon today. In the meanwhile, we will be going back over to Barbados to hear what is going on in Barbados. So bear with us. The news is coming into us that Prime Minister Michael Andrew Holness will be addressing the nation at 12 noon. Go out and come back in, because everybody's saying they're hearing me now. Go out and come back in, please. You can hear me. I get to understand that JS is saying that the Prime Minister of Jamaica will be addressing the nation at 12 noon. Let me go over to Barbados. Okay, here we go. We have to go right back over to Barbados. One moment, please.
Because it got a lot of damage on it. So it's possible that it might sink too.
In terms of an estimation of a number, how much would you say that you've lost today?
Well, right now, so far, I was going to say I lost about $300,000 so far. Boat, two fishing boats. I lost approximately $300,000 or more.
This is obviously a significant blow for fishermen, boat owners, fisher folk.
It's a blow completely to the whole fishing industry in Barbados. Because majority of the fishing boats in the complex who is sinking match up, all of them have damages. All of them, and still getting damages. The swells coming over the dildos that don't block the water, and all in here is clear chaos. It's clear chaos in here in the complex right now. But it's very rough.
We're gonna just shift here to a side because a number of them are trying to stabilize some of the boats here. I'm going to take you over. Fisher folk here trying to stabilize their boats, but the surge. A number of the fisher folk here trying desperately to save any boats that they can, hoping to stabilize some of the boats. We're going to just
That's clear. Cool. Yes, we heard. I want to get that much on you.
As you can see, they're trying to stabilize the boats and minimize damage, but the surge.
As you would imagine, it's live coverage that we're dealing with here. So these breaks are possible. Plus, of course, we are dealing with a lot of wind and rain. So you will have the internet going up and down. But Crystal Hoyt is really trying hard to make sure that we get that information and keep us alive and abreast there. So we really do appreciate this. We certainly hope that Crystal continues to remain safe, but we'll be taking you back to the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex. We take a pause for a cause, reminding you that our sponsorship today with compliments of Barbados Light and Power, Corporators General Insurance, Barbados Water Authority, and Blue Waters. We'll be right back. All right, guys, what really happened here is that we were set up.
Very much so.
Yeah, we were set up. Took a short break to get a bite, and then heard that they were coming back. But we're back in the situation here where Crystal Hoyt was.
We actually have Sharika Griffith over at the Department of Emergency Management.
Well, thank you.
So we're going to head over there so that she can give us a perspective of where we are at this time. It's 14 minutes after 12.
Good afternoon to you once again. Now we've entered our 13th hour of continuous broadcast, and so we're seeing some new faces coming in. Before, we would have spoken to acting senior superintendent with the Barbados Police Service, Rodney Archer. At the time, he was the operations officer in charge here at the National Emergency Operations Center. Well, we've had a change now, and we're joined now by Superintendent of Police Stephen Herbert. Now, Superintendent, we would have seen some videos with a number of people out, even though the all clear has not been given. What is your appeal to them at this time?
Good afternoon, Barbados. I want to reiterate what was said by Acting Senior Superintendent Archer earlier this morning. The all clear has not been given, and therefore we require you to stay indoors. They are still experiencing high gusts of wind, in many areas, and it is a danger to the public. And again, I reiterate, until the official all clear has been given, please stay off the road, stay in your homes. Thank you.
So at this time, should officers encounter people on the roads, what would be their course of action?
The course of action required by police officers encountering persons would be to stop, first of all, find out the reason for them being there. Obviously, the only persons who are to be on the roads are the essential services doing the assessments, and all other persons should be asked to return to their dwellings.
At this time, you know, we were just following the coverage of what's happening at the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex. I'm sure that police would understand that, you know, the boat owners are just trying to see after their livelihoods. Is there any leeway for those kinds of incidents?
Well, it is the livelihood of persons, and we do understand. However, we are asking persons in circumstances where it is not an emergency, stay off the roads.
Okay. You would have also mentioned to me that police would be responding to a number of other reports. Can you speak to some of what types of reports you would have been getting?
We've had a number of reports of damage to property. We've had a number of reports in relation to electrical challenges, electrical poles fallen, transformers blown, and instances like that certainly create room for disaster where we have power lines fallen and outside is wet. Persons can find themselves in challenges. Therefore, we've deployed persons from the Barbados Light and Power, and hence why we are asking persons until we can have feedback on those issues to make sure that the island is safe for you to traverse. It is wise for you to adhere and stay off the roads.
And once again, because I believe it is important to emphasize this, your appeal to the public.
Again, I reiterate, stay off of the roads until the official all clear has been given.
Well said. Thank you very much, Superintendent of Police Stephen Herbert, and he is now the Operations Officer in charge here at the National Emergency Operations Center. Studio, it's back to you.
All right, thank you, Sharika. We just got some footage out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines with roofs off. I mean, it does not look good at all.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't look good for them in St. Vincent. We're certainly hoping that we can send it across to our team if any member can come and get it. Crystal Hoyt, thanks for doing a great job as a young reporter. She's very emotional. You can clearly tell. But
it's quite heartening what we
that's,
saw.
That's the nature of the job we do here. It's not
right.
easy. That Seventh-day Adventist tent, though, apparently was down since Saturday. It just continued to be down even more. But I'm told it was down since Saturday. Thanks to KMJ for keeping us abreast of that. All right. So hopefully we may be able to chat in a little while again with Lisa. They're really struggling, though, to get those boats and everything in order. Mm-hmm. As I said, I believe this will be the one and only time we go through this, because we've never experienced this level of hurricane coming at us. And so the boats were left in the water as they normally are and tied. You tend to think that's pretty safe, but not this.
You purr at me and I feel complete. Then you come at me like the Wolverine. And
what we're going to do now, oh, hold on, I think we have to go back to
of what's going on. Yeah, looking at some pictures. This is Oistins. Wow, this is where people would normally assemble and eat and stuff. And this is what I was saying. Once these tents can be removed based on the intensity of this storm, and we were told way in advance of the intensity it really did pick up quite quickly. But these tents should have been taken down and moved to be saved. This was not the case. We need not take these things for granted. Could understand the flooding in the area, the inability to remove the benches and stuff, but at least
we're going to break away from Barbados and go over to a news channel in the United States that is giving us some news out of what is going on. I was hoping that we could get a track of the hurricane, but based on what they're showing now, I think they're doing an interview with someone. Just a moment for me, please. Let's stop this and go over to this one here. Bear with us, please. We're listening, watching from around the world and the Eastern Caribbean. This is the Make We Talk program. We're tracking Hurricane Beryl. And bear in mind that the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, will be addressing the nation of Jamaica at 12 noon. We'll bring that to you live.
They wanted to know what Category 1 versus Category 4 meant.
And again, that travel blogger really showing us the view from his Barbados hotel earlier this morning. So things clearly calmer when that was recorded. But here's a look again at what we're talking about. A powerful, extremely dangerous, and life-threatening Category 4 hurricane moving towards and now over some of the Windward Islands there. We know shelters have been opened on several of them, including St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as they expect potentially catastrophic wind damage, storm surge on top of really a myriad of impacts, Ari. So I think right now is just the beginning, right? I think as the day goes on and we start to see those impacts, in fact, some of our live cameras, I believe, have actually been removed as the impacts of the hurricane are ongoing. So we may get a much better idea as to what kind of consequences, what real damage this storm has been able to produce for these islands in just the next few hours.
Yeah, Nicole, it's interesting because the situation should start to improve over the next several hours. They're still in the thick of it right now, but you know how these things work as these, disastrous weather events are going on. You've got a lot of power out and stuff like that. So sometimes it takes a long time to get information in, but man, I think there's going to be some pretty bad scenes out of there. That's Fox Weather's Nicole Valdez. Thanks a lot. Well, Beryl is not the only system brewing in the Atlantic right now. We have some other action. Look at this. We've got what once was Tropical Storm Chris. It's now post-tropical. And then we've also got Invest 96L. That's right on the heels of Beryl, which I'm a little bit more interested in. I just wanted to show you what's left of Chris here. Again, it did make landfall as a very weak tropical storm near Veracruz. It's just going to be some heavy rain, some gusty wind. Overall, that particular storm, I'm going to say that's not going to be too big of a deal, especially compared to the last one that we had close to that region, Alberto. Forecast model shows something very similar there. Again, there is going to be a lot of moisture around, so some pretty heavy rain. Ground is pretty soaked in some of these spots. Don't be surprised if we end up with some flooding issues. You can see how much rain we're forecasting over the next 5 days. Some spots could see maybe even close to a foot of rain. So that is a pretty big deal, and flooding is a possibility there. Look at Invest 96L. So this storm is forecast to take a very similar track to Beryl. Now, why is that interesting? Well, when you have a big, powerful storm like Beryl, a lot of the times what it will do is this thing called upwelling, where you have warm water on the surface that's fueling it, but then it churns the water up and it actually brings up some cooler water from underneath the surface. So it lowers the sea surface temperature, and I think that's going to play into this a little bit. We also have a lot more Saharan dust that is making it farther toward the south this time around than Beryl had to deal with. So it's still got a 60% chance at developing into a tropical storm. If it does, the next name would be Debbie. So we'll see what happens with that one, but it is not expected to be anything close to as strong as Beryl. We'll keep you updated. Well, it was storms like this slowing down the holiday week travel at Philadelphia International Airport yesterday. Storms are slowing down July 4th travel again today and tomorrow, and that's thanks to severe storms brewing in the Midwest. Let's focus in a little bit on the travel weather for this.
Yes, we're going to break away from that and go back over to Barbados. Based on what we're getting, I think there's a live feed. We're trying to get a live feed of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia. But in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it is very impossible for us right now to get anything out of there. If you're all hearing me, let me know. To get anything out of there because of the internet issues that they're facing. We are just getting some news coming into us. The government of Grenada has just sent out a news bulletin that Hurricane Beryl expected to make landfall between 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. Monday, July 1st. That's the government of Grenada has sent out a press release that Hurricane Beryl is expected to make landfall between 8 a.m. and 8 p.m. Monday, July 1st. Also, the Prime Minister of Jamaica will be addressing the nation at 12 noon. As Prime Minister Andrew Holness will be addressing the nation at 12 noon. We will bring that to you live. This is Hurricane Watch on the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. I didn't plan to stay all afternoon, but there is other news that is coming into us. Let me see something here. Let's go over to this. Bear with us, please. We're going to get you some more clippings of what is going on. That's the Prime Minister of Jamaica will be addressing the nation at 12 noon. Okay. We brought the news to you yesterday that Mr. Golden has renounced his UK citizenship. We're not going to talk about that. We're talking about hurricane. We're looking for someone to send in to me. Okay. The government and opposition have called for citizens not to engage. This is out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines an hour ago. The government and opposition have called on citizens not to engage in any criminal behavior as St. Vincent and the Grenadines bear for a massive catastrophic hurricane. Later on Monday, Prime Minister Dr. the Honorable Rolf Gonzalez has said that he has never had to impose a state of emergency in his life, but he has to do that now. So there's a public state of emergency going on in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're trying to get some live footage out of there. So I'm trying to get some live footage out of there. What did I do to this? Okay, I don't want that. Bear with us, please. We're trying our endeavor best to bring you the news as we can. We're trying to bring you the news as we can. As we said before, there will be a press conference out of Jamaica between 12 to 12:30. It is being pushed back to 12:30 now, based on what I'm getting. A press conference on Hurricane Beryl will be live on the Make We Talk YouTube channel. I'll bring back to you live, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica will be addressing the nation. I am being told that the Prime Minister of Barbados, Prime Minister Mia Motley. Okay, let's go back over to Barbados. Let's not continue talking here. Let's go back right over to Barbados, where I think the Health Minister of Barbados is addressing the media. Here we go. One moment.
And it's not an emergency, then your behavior is selfish. Because the emergency services have to put themselves in a position to respond if something happens.
I do apologize. The Minister of Home Affairs and Information.
Be doing so we can get the country open a lot faster. The police have expressed their concern. The BDF have expressed their concern. Light and Power, which is handling certain critical things at the moment, are concerned about people who are coming into danger areas with live wires on the ground and smatterings of water. It is not safe. We've been monitoring the comments. People have been calling and saying nothing happening by us. Well, nothing may be happening by you. Right now, people are still getting their roofs blown off. So because nothing is happening by you does not mean that the gusts are not impacting somewhere else. We from here cannot tell you when or where gusts are going to hit. Within the last 5 minutes, we've had gusts 59, gusts up to 50 miles an hour. Now that is strong. That is storm force. I'm asking you, please stay at home for your own safety. We cannot tell you where the gusts are going to come. We can't tell you what is coming with the gusts, whether it's a projectile, whether it's a missile. There's nothing more important than your safety and preserving your life. Right now, if we're honest with ourselves, the bulk of people who are out on the road are doing nothing that they cannot do in a few hours. As soon as it is safe to do so, literally as soon as it is safe to do so, we intend to give the all clear so people can go about their business, they can go back and check on their houses, they can do whatever it is they want. We have had a time to give the all clear, and then the bans came through again. We pushed that time back, and now we're confronted with this. At 150 miles an hour, Beryl is one of the strongest storms in this region. We do not want to be dealing with that. The bans, it was explained to me by MEC, it is generating impacts as far as Barbados. So although the system, you're following online and you see the system in the vicinity of the Grenadines, the impacts, because of the size of the system and the strength of the system, are being helped here with sporadic bursts up to hurricane strength. Please, the all clear has not been given. The risk you are taking and the life you're gambling with is your own. But you're also gambling with the lives of persons who have to come and respond if something happens to you. We will keep you updated, and as soon as it's safe to do so, we will lift the all clear. But that time is not now. I am asking you, think of others, think of yourself, and on.
That was the Minister of Information over there in Barbados, giving a stern warning to the citizens of Barbados. We have something coming into us right here on our program out of Jamaica. The Met Service has issued a severe weather alert for Jamaica. Let me get this up to you that you all can see it and listen and hear. Evan Thompson, who is in charge of the Met Service in Jamaica, has issued a severe weather alert. Let us go over here that you all can listen.
Good morning, everyone. At 10 o'clock this morning, the government of Jamaica has taken the position to issue a hurricane watch for the island. This means that hurricane conditions pose a threat to the island within 48 hours. The hurricane watch will be in effect from 10 o'clock, and it will be made public by the National Hurricane Center of the United States at that time, indicating that the position has been taken by the government of Jamaica.
So there you have it. The government of Jamaica has issued a hurricane watch for Jamaica. Let me take this down from here. Let us be clear on this program here now. This is Make We Talk breaking news. The government of Jamaica has issued a hurricane watch for Jamaica from 10 a.m. until the all clear is given. The government of Jamaica has issued a hurricane watch for Jamaica, and also at 12 noon or 12:30, I was put back to 12:30, that there will be a press conference from Jamaica House with the Prime Minister of Jamaica, and his technocrats will be talking about Hurricane Beryl. So let us tell our friends and family back home that there is a hurricane. Jamaica is under hurricane watch at the moment. Jamaica is under hurricane watch as we speak. It was issued by the government of Jamaica. We're going to see if we can get a hold of the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Let's see if we can get a live feed from them to hear what is going on, because they're supposed to have some okay, hold on for me. Let me figure this out here. One moment, please. We have a live feed from them, but okay. Apparently they just issued something at an hour ago. We're gonna bring that to you right now. Bear with us, please. We're gonna bring this to you right now. The National Hurricane Center in Miami, NOAA, has issued a bulletin, and we're gonna bring that to you. But just to make you know that the Jamaican government has issued a hurricane warning for Jamaica. Let's go over to here. This one right here. One moment, please. Please stand by.
With a catastrophic Hurricane Beryl, it's about 11:15 a.m. Eastern Time on Monday, July 1st, coming on with catastrophic Hurricane Beryl moving through portions of the Grenadines this morning. We've just gotten some data from the Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft that suggests Beryl has continued to intensify this morning. Maximum sustained winds are up now to near 150 miles per hour. Right now, the eye of Beryl is right over Carriacou Island, just to the north of Grenada, and it's moving off to the west-northwest at 20 miles an hour. And you can see the very well-defined eye in both visible and infrared satellite imagery. Beryl has re-strengthened this morning as it's gone through an eye wall replacement cycle. So now is when we're experiencing those catastrophic Category 4 wind conditions in portions of the Grenadines, places like Union Island, Palm Island, Petite Martinique, Petite St. Vincent, Carriacou. Those are the areas that are most threatened now with both those devastating Category 4 winds, as well as the storm surge of 6 to 9 feet above normal tide levels, especially near and to the north, even up towards St. Vincent, where we could see life-threatening storm surge and inundation, especially of some of those smaller islands in the Grenadines between St. Vincent and Grenada. So a very serious situation for anyone who is watching in those areas. If you are in the eye, do not go out in the eye. It's not safe. The storm is moving very quickly, and the backside of the eye wall will move in on over you very, very fast, and you do not want to be outside in those conditions. We do have a hurricane warning in effect still for Barbados, for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, down to Tobago. Tropical storm warnings in effect for St. Lucia and Martinique. But again, if you look at the wind field, those areas in the Grenadines between St. Vincent and Grenada are squarely within the hurricane force wind field near the eye and in the eye wall of Beryl this morning. So a very dangerous situation will continue for the next several hours until Beryl pulls away from the islands later this afternoon and this evening. Zooming out a little bit, let's look at what Beryl's going to do over the next several days. These are the chances of hurricane force winds. We're most concerned about downstream, about seeing hurricane force winds in Jamaica, and a hurricane watch has been issued for that island as of this morning. There is a potential for Beryl to remain a hurricane, a powerful hurricane across the Caribbean Sea. There is also a chance of hurricane force winds extending as far westward as to portions of the Yucatan Peninsula later this week. The arrival time of those tropical storm force winds as we look through the week in Jamaica would be early Wednesday morning, and then stretching into places like the Cayman Islands Wednesday evening, Western Cuba Thursday morning if they were to reach there, and then the Yucatan Peninsula by Thursday evening along the coast of Belize up to the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico. So looking back, stepping out and looking at the track forecast, we are expecting Beryl to move steadily west-northwestward across the Caribbean Sea through the week, passing south of Hispaniola tomorrow evening, near or over Jamaica during the day on Wednesday, and then approaching the Yucatan Peninsula as we go from Thursday into Friday, and then emerging over the southern Gulf of Mexico by early Saturday morning. So many areas will be at threat from Beryl as we go through the week. Once the system pulls away from the Windward Islands, we also have a tropical storm watch in effect for southern portions of Haiti and the Dominican Republic for the possibility of tropical storm force winds there as we go through the day on Tuesday. I don't want to underestimate the rainfall threat. We are currently seeing very heavy rainfall rainfall with the core of Beryl as it moves through the Grenadines, the Windward Islands. We could see isolated amounts as high as 10 inches in some of those areas, widespread rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados and the remainder of the Windward Islands. The heavy rainfall potential will occur up in portions of Hispaniola in particular, as Beryl's moisture interacts with the mountains there, and the potential for heavy rain as we get into Jamaica and the Cayman Islands later in the week. But just to recap, right now, Beryl is a catastrophic hurricane, Category 4 hurricane with very strong winds, life-threatening storm surge moving through the southern Windward Islands, the Grenadines right now, and folks in those areas should be hunkered down for the next few hours until the core of Beryl moves away. We are seeing reports already of widespread power outages, damage, wind damage occurring in some of the Windward Islands now. Again, heavy rainfall, flash flooding are also possible in these areas, and downstream later this week, we could again see impacts in Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, the Yucatan Peninsula, Belize, and elsewhere in the northwestern Caribbean. We'll want to keep an eye on Beryl. Check back for additional updates from us here at the Hurricane Center. You can always get the latest information at hurricanes.gov. If you're in the Windward Islands, please stay safe today. Tune in later. We'll have more updates. Thank you for watching. I'm Mike Brennan.
There you have it from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. As what he said is a catastrophic hurricane, and we're standing by to join Jamaica as a press conference will be held by the Prime Minister of Jamaica and his technocrats, along with local government minister, national security minister, minister of foreign affairs and foreign trade. Based on what we're hearing, that it will be a press conference on Hurricane Beryl. So what we're going to do now, we're going to switch back and go over to Barbados, where they're having, I think it's a news conference they're having. Let us see what is going on over there, because we're trying to get a feed out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines and St. Lucia, and they're having problems with internet system as the hurricane is standing right over them. They're not moving at all. So let's go back to here. And as I said before, stand by, don't go anywhere. We're going to have a live press conference out of Jamaica. Here we go. Not out of Jamaica, this is Barbados live now.
Downgrading. The hurricane warning for Tobago is being downgraded now to a tropical storm warning with immediate effect, as we still expect some feeder band activity later today as the system moves across the islands. Martinique, and also for Trinidad at this time. However, the Trinidad and Tobago Meteorological Service is discontinuing this tropical storm warning for Trinidad with immediate effect, and we are now placing Trinidad under an adverse weather alert, maintaining the orange level, as we expect that some convective activity will still occur because of moisture and cloud and feeder band activity into the system.
That's an update coming out of Tobago. I'd love to hear an update coming out of Grenada and St. Lucia as well, and we'll be continuing to track Hurricane Beryl as she barrels across the Caribbean Sea towards our friends and neighbors there in the Eastern Caribbean.
You know, while we were taking our break and looking at the footage that was coming in, I was saying, well, we seem to have gotten away a little bit, but then you look at and see the damage. There's been major damage, as you would have seen when Admiral and Kimberly were here. The port, the damage that's been done there. We talked about the fishermen and the boats that are being damaged as well. The flooding in the Christchurch area. So a lot of it concentrated, it seems, to the south of the island, as we were being told from yesterday. We were expecting this to hit us from the south. Miss Peters is on the line, live from Grenada at 12:45. How are you doing?
I'm staying as dry as possible.
What is the weather like there at this point?
It's a lot of wind, a lot of rain. We had lightning and thunder earlier on, but at this point it's just a lot of wind, a lot of rain. Currently, I'm in the St. Andrew Northeast area, which is the largest parish in Grenada. and it's crazy. It's crazy.
When you say
I think I'm having Ivan PTSD at this point in time.
when you say it's crazy, what do you mean?
Roofs are off some people's houses right about now. Trees are on the ground. I was outside earlier on. The crops, farmers are taking a beating. That's what I can say for sure. The farmers are taking a beating for sure. At least there is no poles on the ground, so thank God for that. Our electricity company took off the electricity earlier on today. So we're just moving on our power banks at this point in time, bracing Beryl's presence at this point in time. It was calm a bit earlier, but you can see her picking up. I'm not too sure if we go into the eye or what direction the storm is at this point in time. But what I do know is that Beryl is pounding on us here in Grenada. That is for sure. Carriacou and PTM, I think, took a beating.
Yeah. There are a couple of things. It's interesting
I'm sorry,
you say
repeat
that
that.
you're
I didn't hear you clearly.
it's interesting that you say that you're not sure just where the storm is at this time. Is that because you're not hearing the messaging coming from your Met services there, or is there another reason?
No. If it's one thing I must say, I must applaud them. Our Met office, the Prime Minister, they've been on point from since this started. They've been on point. Our last update was at 8 o'clock, 8 to 9. They gave updates earlier on as well. Last time when we had an update, they told us to brace ourselves because she's approaching. And so that's what we're doing. So just waiting for our next updates from them. But the updates have been coming. I must say kudos to NAGMA, the government of Grenada, the police, the health workers, everyone. Kudos to them for doing what they're doing because they're on the ground and they're working. They're working. From reports from the Met office, from NAGMA, they're saying that our shelters, they were at 3,000, which was early this morning. What it is at now, I cannot say. They had mandatory evacuation for people in Carriacou who lives in flooding areas. They asked them to seek shelter as soon as possible. So we're holding on, praying and hoping for the best, and we get through this in one piece.
You mentioned some roofs coming off of houses. Have you been hearing any other reports of any other damage across the area where you are?
Well, I know for sure the Central Police Station, which is in St. George, its roof went. I'm not too sure about any of it, but for the police station, I know it took a beating in St. George's. That is one thing that I know for sure. But all in all, in my area, some of the roofs are gone. You can still see there are a few that is still up and they're holding strong. I hope they could hold throughout this hurricane, mind you, Category 4 hurricane.
Hurricane Ivan would have devastated Grenada at some time a few years ago. Do you have any memory of
I'm
that?
not hearing you clearly.
Hurricane Ivan would have impacted Grenada some time ago. Do you have any memory of that? And if so, how does it compare with what you're experiencing now?
I am having PTSD. My heart is pounding with Ivan. Ivan passed me mostly in the night, in the evening to the night with Beryl. I can actually see what is going on, and it's scaring me. You know, seeing people coming off, seeing the trees falling. You know, it's not a nice experience, and trust me, it's something that we, people in the Caribbean, that we have to go through, and I understand that, but it is not a nice feeling. And there are some people that are so ignorant of the fact that we're outside around the rain and making a joke of it, and it's even more heartaching because I think that there are times that you stay inside, but for some reason you feel it's nothing. And I really hope and wish they take heed to it. One thing I really applaud the government for again is that they put a curfew in place because post-Ivan, we had a bad experience and they learned from that, which is amazing. So that situation we have under control so far. So we just, as I said, we just bracing ourselves and taking this thing in, taking it in.
human nature is that we want to also reach out and share our compassion with those we love. So talk to me a little bit about your loved ones and how they are faring and coping as they also anticipate the arrival of Hurricane Beryl.
My loved ones, you ask?
Yes.
Oh, fortunately, we all here together. My immediate family, thank God, we all here together. So that's a bit of ease for us. Others who are on the south side of the island, they keep calling and checking in on us, texting, making sure that we're okay. Those who are overseas as well, they're doing the same. But all in all, we all here together and we ready know this thing together.
What did you do as your plan in preparation for the arrival?
Pull up everything, board up the windows, the normal, make sure my phone is topped up, charged up, and so just in case all these things like electricity, Wi-Fi, everything is down, we have something to check in on others with, secure my documents just in case. And my go-to bag, which I taught us, make sure you have your go-to bag just in case you have to run. You know, you never know. They say don't go outside, but you never know what could happen. That go-to bag is essential with everything that I need in it. Yeah, that's basically it.
You said you haven't had a recent update in a little while, but from the last update you had, could you give us a sense of what the officials are saying about what they anticipate could be the time when you expect to receive greatest impact?
Okay, so the last that we had, prior to where we know had her category dropped to a 3, but she went back up to a 4. That was at around 9 o'clock update. She was back up to 4. They say that she was behaving strangely. No, can't track her as they wish her, but our wind speed was up to 100 plus. Low category for wind speed. What else were they saying about her? She's coming with a lot of wind.
Yeah.
That's for sure. She's coming with a lot of wind and a lot of water. We expect to get at least 3 months of rain on us from Beryl's impact.
Wow. You strike me as a praying woman, and so I know that you'll be leaning on your faith in a very strong way.
That's all I've been doing since morning. That's all I've been doing since morning. And then, like, you see it coming, but you know, you're praying and you're hoping, okay, let's hope she deep somewhere. Just break down her wind speed, but she decides she's coming full force. So that's all we gotta do. Just pray and pray and pray and hope for the best.
Well, that's what your Prime Minister asked you to do, to pray and prepare. And so you've done so very well, Nisha Peters. Nisha Peters, freelance journalist from St. George's, Grenada. Thank you. We want you to stay safe, and as much as possible, as it is feasible, stay connected with us, because we'd love to be able to walk the journey with you as well. We wish you well. All right, Nisha Peters, you're welcome. Nisha Peters coming in to us there from Grenada, one of those who would have gone through Ivan. And so she says, as a consequence of that particular experience, she has PTSD. So she is now in that state of flux that says, I don't want to panic because I have my loved ones, but this is bothering me. And so as she looks around and she sees roofs lifting and see trees being uprooted, she's very concerned, as we are here too in Barbados, for our brothers and sisters across the region, particularly in Grenada at this time. And so we encourage all of you in the viewing area who are watching us either online or via your traditional means of receipt of our broadcast. We encourage you to stay indoors, stay safe, and you can always reach out to us here at the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. We're happy to hold your hand through this.
That's true, Pearson. And that number, again, you can call 228-5562. Just want to remind you that the public is asked to note that the all clear has not been given here in Barbados. You are therefore asked to remain indoors.
There you have it, an update from Barbados. Please stand by. Please stand by for a press conference on Hurricane Beryl live from Jamaica. The Prime Minister of Jamaica will be addressing the nation and indeed the Jamaican diaspora for a live press conference at 12 or 12:30. Based on what I'm hearing, it was pushed back. Now I'm being told it's going to be at 12 o'clock. So please stand by for a live press conference from Jamaica House on Hurricane Beryl. It's a live press conference on Hurricane Beryl, live from Jamaica House in Kingston, Jamaica, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, will be addressing the nation. So, and of course, Evan Thompson, who is in charge of the Met Office, they will be giving us an update on what the plans for Jamaica will be. And for those of us who have family members who live in Jamaica, you know, our people always say, "Child, now come." Based on everything that we're looking at this thing here, it's a possibility that it will strike. It's a possibility that it will strike, and we need to take heed. So, as what we're saying here on the Make We Talk program, stand by for the live press conference. We want to hear what they're going to say. I am being told that there will be a press conference as soon as it can happen out of Barbados. The internet in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is down. We can't get a feed from there. Grenada, you just heard Prime Minister Mitchell gave an update on what is going on in Grenada, some parts of Grenada. So, you know, we are hoping and praying that our sisters and brothers in those Caribbean, Eastern Caribbean, will be okay. For our family and friends in Jamaica, it is not a PNP or a JLP hurricane. Listen to what they're saying. Even if they tell us lies. So when you keep on saying that they tell us lies, even if they tell us lies, listen to what they're saying and take heed. Take heed and protect yourself, protect your family, protect your papers. If you live in a flood-prone area, try and find higher grounds. As what the National Hurricane Center just said, is a catastrophic, oh God, I can't pronounce the name, hurricane. It's a very dangerous hurricane. It looks small and everything, but the eye is big. So we're asking Jamaicans to listen to what the officials have to say. We're going to bring that press conference to you live on the program here. It is now 12:59. It's 1 o'clock 1 o'clock here in the United States. It is a minute before 12 o'clock in Jamaica. No, well, I'm seeing on the thing here that they push it back until 12:30. We don't know. We're gonna still be on air. As soon as we get to them, we will bring it to you. We're gonna go over to figure out what's going on. What we're gonna do is go back to one of our hold on for me. One moment, please. We're gonna go back to one of our news reporter who has, well, a weather personnel who has more weather to give to us. I am being told that there's flooding going on in Texas. I'm not sure. We're going to find if that is true, but we're being told that there is flooding going on in Texas. Is it coming from this? We don't know. We're going to figure that out pretty soon. But for the time being, okay, let me go back to this now, please. We're going to go back to our update that we're having from the weather. Please stand by. It is going to be at 12:30, I was told. Please stand by for a press conference. Please stand by for a weather update I'm going to give to you now. Hopefully this will drive us into the weather, into the press conference that's going to have that is going to come out of Jamaica. Okay. We go back into here. Yes, there will be a press conference out of Jamaica at 12:30. So I'm being told it's going to be at 12:30. It was scheduled for 12 o'clock Jamaica time, 1 o'clock US time, Now it's been scheduled for 12:30 Jamaica time, 1:30 US time. So we're gonna go over to update from one of the weather reporters who are giving us reports pertaining to the weather system in our country. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. Yes, we did. One moment for me, please. So please.
Thank you.
Hold on for me, Brian. Hold on for me, Brian. Please stand by for a live press conference. As soon as the press conference starts, we'll break away from whatever we're doing and bring the press conference to you live. Here we go for the update and the weather.
Subscribing and being part of this weather community. This is why I do it. The comments throughout the day, let us know what's going on where you are or what's not going on. Now, we're thinking of you in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and our islands of Grenada, as this will take a direct hit. Yesterday, I was talking about in the video, these don't move in a straight line, especially bigger systems. It's not a straight line. They wobble a little bit, and we would see where the wobbles would go. Some of us are going to do better than expected. Some of us, though, worse. And the worst end of this is going to be St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. A little wobble to the south. That's helping us out. Dominica, Martinique, St. Lucia, even Barbados. Been up all night with you, and we haven't had a whole lot of rain. But the core of this is moving right toward Grenada, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and stronger tropical storm conditions now for Tobago, since it took a little wobble to the south. So here it is. This is powerful Hurricane Beryl. I want to get into what it's doing now, what it will do throughout the day, and what it's going to do next as it works its way across the Caribbean, watching Jamaica, eventually Belize, and the Yucatan. And all islands matter, whether we have a few people or a little people. I'm watching this for everyone, so I want to go island by island and cover this for you as we move forward. But now, I do want to touch on this too. The Bay of Campeche, here's Mexico. This briefly formed overnight. This was Tropical Storm Chris. We've been tracking this together for about a week. It did spin up. That's going to bring some heavier rain into Mexico. So I'll monitor that as we go throughout the day. I'll get to those rain totals in a moment. But there is powerful Hurricane Beryl. That is going to continue to work into the Caribbean today. Back behind it, this disturbance is not better organized. This is the one that still may try to become a tropical storm on the heels right behind Beryl. I'm not seeing anything too terribly strong. And another strong tropical wave coming off the coast of Africa, which is normal. Now, here's the latest information. There are tropical storm watches up now for, or rather, these are tropical storm watches up for Haiti and the Dominican Republic. The core of it is going to stay to the south of Haiti and the Dominican Republic. We'll see some rain moving in, and this will stay south of Puerto Rico. Again, this will stay south of Puerto Rico, but Jamaica, this will be moving in by the time we get into Wednesday, or at least close to us. I'm hoping the core stays just to the south. So I'll get into Jamaica, the Cayman Islands, Yucatan, and Belize as we move forward. But let me get to what's going on now. This is the immediate concern. St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Grenada, these brighter colors, that is the core of this. The core is the middle, around the eye wall. That's where the worst weather is. So Barbados, it's going to be moving away. We've done better. Tobago, though, some tropical storm conditions. This is late morning. And then we have that direct hit late morning through early afternoon, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. Again, that's where most of this is. If you're not there, I'm thankful for that. But I am thinking of our friends in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada. This is 5 o'clock, 5 p.m. We're still going to have either hurricane or tropical storm conditions, but then it starts to work away. By the time we hit 8 o'clock, it starts to move away. And you can see the core of the winds, not as much Martinique to the north. I'll go island by island in a moment, but there are the hurricane winds right moving into St. Vincent, the Grenadines now, down through here's Grenada in our islands of Grenada. And you can see the core of this moves in. Winds 145 kilometers an hour. That's about 90 miles per hour. There will be some higher gusts. There's the core of it staying to the north of Trinidad and Tobago, although we'll have the gusty winds, especially in Tobago today. This is 2 o'clock, hurricane conditions, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. St. Lucia, we're on the edge of it. We're going to know there's a big system nearby, right? But most of it stays to the south. We will have tropical storm conditions. I'll touch on that in a moment. And then by 8 o'clock on the backside, still gusty winds, but that's when things start to move away and start to work across the Caribbean. So let me get into the bigger picture and what's also going to happen next. So this is later today. You see again, here is Beryl. This is what's left of Chris. tropical storm, very brief one, bringing some of the rain back toward Mexico. Here's Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Haiti, and the DR. This is tomorrow. As we work our way into tomorrow afternoon, this is 2 o'clock. This is south of Puerto Rico. Some rain may break free and move in, and we'll see some heavier rain try to work into parts of Haiti and the Dominican Republic, but the middle of this system will be to the south. I know some other channels like to make it look like every storm is going to hit everyone, but that is not the case. So I'd like to also mention where it's not going. Now, as we get toward Wednesday, though, this system starts to work into Jamaica, which we need to take those preparations, because sometimes it looks like it's going to be a direct hit of a hurricane. Other times it looks like it would be just to the south, but would still give us tropical storm conditions. So regardless, there's going to be some sort of impacts in Jamaica, and I'm going to spell that out in a moment. And then the Cayman Islands. Now, the Cayman Islands, the center of this, the core of it will be south. But we are going to see some rain breaking free and kind of moving in. So I'm going to be monitoring this for the Cayman Islands. This would be by Thursday. And then you see that second system that's going to work in Wednesday into Thursday in the Eastern Caribbean. That may or may not become a tropical storm, but that will either way increase our rain. This is Thursday afternoon. And you can see here's Belize and here's Mexico. Late term, there's been a little bit more of a shift to the south. That would bring either tropical storm or hurricane conditions to parts of Belize, mainly on the north side, and then up toward Mexico. This is by Friday. And Friday, we'll watch whatever's kind of left of that system back toward the Eastern Caribbean. Now, there's going to be some weakening in here in the Western Caribbean. That's because of the wind shear. We're going to see some wind shear out of the wind shear is good. The thunderstorms with these hurricanes come across. The wind shear comes in the opposite direction and just knocks it across. So I'm hoping for a little more weakening. So let me break down the Northern Caribbean here. Here are the Cayman Islands. Here's Jamaica, Haiti, the Dominican Republic. There are the winds in kilometers per hour and miles per hour to give you both of the scales. This is Tuesday. So Puerto Rico, this is to the south. Haiti and the DR, we're going to get brushed by the tropical storm conditions. I mentioned over toward Jacmel, even Boston Blue, we could see some of the gustier winds moving in. Watching out for the rain threat in Haiti and the DR. But there's the center of this, the core of it, the red and yellow shading popping up. Those would be the hurricane conditions. So Jamaica, by Wednesday morning, we'll start to get some tropical storm conditions moving in to our eastern zones. Now, I'm not sure yet. I tell you what I know and what I don't know. There's a lot of variables with the weather, as you well know. I'm not sure if this will be a direct hit or just to the south. But either way, even if the core is just to the south, you see it here, that would keep the hurricane conditions so close by, but just offshore, and that would give us tropical storm conditions on Wednesday. So it's either going to be tropical storm or hurricane conditions. Either way, we're getting something in Jamaica. Then the system will be moving in throughout the day on Wednesday and Wednesday night. And then we'll see tropical storm or hurricane conditions near the Cayman Islands. The worst weather would be just to the south of our big island, but you can see again some gustier winds that will be moving in the Cayman Islands. Cayman Islands, yes, gustier winds. We'll see a bit of a surge, higher seas, but I'm cautiously optimistic. This is late on Thursday, but I'm going to be watching for changes. We know this is down the road. There's going to be changes. So we're still, everything I talked about yesterday on track. Haiti and the DR, we're in monitor mode. Yes, some tropical storm conditions are possible. My biggest concern will be flooding with some of the river crossings in Haiti and the DR. As we work our way back toward Jamaica and the Cayman Islands, we are in action mode because of the kind of variability with this, the fact we could get some changes. But Jamaica, I want to stress, we're going to get something either way. There are tropical storm conditions or hurricane conditions. So we're taking that action to be safe. And again, thinking of others too that may have not gone through this. So you guys are also kind, helping others through these systems. Cayman Islands, we're taking the preps because we don't have many. If things change, we don't have much time. We're talking about on Wednesday into Thursday where we could get tropical storm or hurricane conditions close by. So we need to be safe, and that just makes sense. The window of time's closing. Yes, that would be great if this stays to the south of the Cayman Islands, but we need to take some of the preps now. Again, that's why we do this together. We've got to make some of those preps. Now, I want to go more to the west here. Here's Mexico. Here's Belize. And this is the Yucatan of Mexico, down through Belize. We're taking those hurricane preps. And I want to mention my friends in some of the islands. There's a lot of islands, but for example, as you get toward Honduras, you get toward Roatan, Providencia, San Andres, we do need to take those preps because, again, we're smaller islands. We don't have as much time. So we're taking those preparations. We're using our common sense, but we are in action mode. Belize, we're thinking about, hey, what could happen if a tropical storm moves in late Thursday into Friday? So that's what you need. You have tropical storm may move in later this week. What do I need to start doing? Same thing over toward the Yucatan of Mexico. And it could be a hurricane too. Not quite sure on the intensity. I'll show you.
If you're just joining us, if you're just joining the Make We Talk program, we're bringing you live update on the Hurricane Beryl, that is, pounding the Caribbean. We are standing by for a live press conference from Jamaica. As soon as the press conference starts, we'll bring it to you live. If you have anyone who are in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, St. Lucia, and you can reach out to them, I would love to hear from them. The numbers, I'm going to give up the numbers for them to call us, is 954-529-8030. It is also a WhatsApp number. If you have family members or friends in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, Barbados, St. Lucia, Trinidad and Tobago, you can have them call this number. It's also a WhatsApp number, 954-529-8030. We're also standing by for a live press conference from Jamaica, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, will be addressing the Jamaican people pertaining to Hurricane Beryl. And people need to get prepared. As what the National Hurricane Center said in Miami, it is a very dangerous hurricane. And we need to take this serious. So we're standing by for a live feed. For those who are just joining us, this is the Make We Talk program with yours truly, Jeffrey T. We're standing by for a live press conference from Jamaica House. If you know anyone at all in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, St. Lucia, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, Grenada, have them call 954-529-8030. It's also a WhatsApp number. We want to hear what's going on in their neck of the wood. Our prayers and our thoughts are with them. I'm being told that in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, it is getting serious over there. There is no call going into St. Oh, wow. Wow, I'm so sorry. I've been trying to get a hold of the Prime Minister also, and the number not going through. It's not going through. Prime Minister Rolf Gonzalez. It's not going through at all. Our prayers and our thoughts are with the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're standing by to join a press conference live from Jamaica. Please, our family members who lives in Jamaica, listen to what the officials have to say. Listen to what the officials have to say. Now, what tendency of saying they're going to spend money on spend up all the money, not come, blah blah blah. It better we be prepared than not being prepared. So prepare yourself for the worst. Prepare yourself for the worst. So I'm gonna go back to the live feed of the weather report, and we're gonna go back over to Barbados. As a matter of fact, let me go back over to what's going on at Caribbean Weather Watch, as Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation. Let me go back. Let me go right over to them, and I start this feed here and go right back to them because they're bringing in some stuff that we really need to see. Let's go back to them. One moment for us, please. Here we go. Live from Barbados, I presume. Yes, it's live from Barbados.
Given what's been happening, what is that? Did you all see that? Someone was trying to run across the broken jetty and a wave came in. They were crashed by the wave and their butt turned over. Boy, oh boy, this is real action. This is why you should not be out there. That is why you should not be out there. That is a real life example of it. So folks, stay away, stay indoors. This is not the chance for you to be risking anything whatsoever, in particular life. It is certainly not the right way. And in the far top of the screen, you can see how the waves are just lifting those boats and just tossing them around as though they're just feathers. This is serious, everyone, and so we want you to be very careful of the surf. It is a very dangerous experience for anyone right now, so stay as far away from the surf as you possibly can until you're given the all clear. And so, you know, Derry, I'm curious because we're told to stay indoors. It's already many hours since we were indoors. What do you do? What do you do to amuse yourself?
Well, I like to read, so I would read. I remember we were watching the last system that we had before I left home. My nieces and nephews and their father were playing cards. It's something that I haven't seen in years. So you find some kind of way to amuse yourselves. Of course, there are people who are anxious, people who might be getting a little bit afraid, even though it's daylight. You can see one of the things that you see. One of the things you see is that people now can see the damage being done. Footage continues to play on screen. We are in St. Lucia looking at a video of, oh my goodness, this storm, winds, the rain is just blowing, the wind is blowing the rain, the trees. There's one lone car parked on a street. Certainly hope that that vehicle is safe. There's another one.
You can tell the intensity, though, of the wind because of the way it's blowing the rain. That is a very heavy downfall. I'm not sure if that's actually in Castries itself or just off Castries, but it doesn't matter. That is just giving an example of how Beryl has been bearing down on St. Lucia. And hopefully soon we can hear the voice of someone from St. Lucia to share their experience as we take a look at some of the footage being sent in to us by our intrepid viewers who are out and about filming and safely doing so and sending those videos to us. It is not a storm to be played with. There's a young man, I'm sure he was told to stay indoors, or he was taking the chance to be outdoors. Still in St. Lucia, we're seeing how the water is coming off the coastline. That looks almost like Gros Islet. And so we want to encourage you by following that example, one, not to be on the road when you're told to be off the road, but secondly, to show how Mother Nature can really change things literally sometimes, as Derry likes to snap with her finger just like that. We continue to watch what's happening with Beryl as she has moved past, but she's affecting our neighbors to the west of us. Grenada, St. Lucia. We know that Tobago has downgraded now to a tropical storm watch, but we want to continue to hear from you. Just what you have been now that daylight has come by. What are you now seeing outside? And the best way to share that with us is by sharing with us your videos and your photographs. Send them by WhatsApp to 228-5562. Send them now, 228-5562. If you can't do that for whatever reason, you can give us a call to describe it. And you can call us on the same number, 228-5562. Those are the numbers to call to connect with us. We wait patiently at 70 to 80 minutes after 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday, July the 1st, to just hear just how this has impacted you. I saw the video of Crystal just there along the Hastings Road, just outside of the Regency Cove Hotel, and I thought, my goodness, because that's an area where roadworks are not yet complete. And as they were trying to just sort that out between where the Blakey's is and then what was the old Caribbean Hotel, soon to be the new hotel development going on there, to see how the water built up right there just outside of Tapas as well. It is dangerous. So if you see rising waters, that's not the time to walk through the water. That's not the time for you to go sightseeing, wading through water, because you don't know what is in that water. So we want to be very, very careful of rising water everywhere. Just to let you know that Prime Minister of Grenada, Dickon Mitchell, has been addressing his nation about the impact of Category 4 Hurricane Beryl, which brought significant damage to Grenada. He said Carriacou and Petit Martinique have been particularly hard hit.
When Petit Martinique is going to be extreme. Minister for Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs, Minister Tavares, indicated that there was devastation all around. We therefore expect that we will have to quickly transition into damage assessment and recovery and stabilization mode. And we are already beginning to look at our plans to make sure that we respond as quickly as possible to the needs of our brothers and sisters in Carriacou and Petit Martinique.
Well, as we would have heard from Nisha Peters, the Prime Minister Mitchell adds that many roofs were lost.
We have several reports of damage to buildings, several reports of roofs being blown off, including the central police station on the Carnage. So even government infrastructure is impacted. The roof at the Monge Hospital has also been damaged, and steps have been taken to evacuate the patients there and to bring them in the lower level. So it is not just Carriacou that is bearing significant damage. Parts of Grenada is doing the same. And so we want to urge you to remain safe, to continue listening to the advisories that comes out from NADMA and the Met Office.
Dickon Mitchell, the Prime Minister of Grenada and Carriacou and Petit Martinique, indeed. A young man, still about 2 years or so in office, first time in, and now he's faced with having to manage this particular crisis in Grenada. As you're hearing, many roofs have been lost, particularly the roof of the police station in the capital, and how the Carnage itself has been impacted by what's happening there. Nisha Peters told us that's what she too is experiencing. Grenada itself, what would one consider to be an agricultural island as well. So the loss of crop and livelihood to farmers must be staggering.
Yes, it certainly must be. I know that Tobago earlier this morning, Pearson, they were concerned about the forestry that they have, and their reserve where they do a lot of bird watching. We are now getting some footage from Sixmans in St. Peter where the surf is up. And as you know, Sixmans is a famous fishing village in the north of the island where the sea is usually smooth and calm, but you can see those waves churning is my word for today. Smooth, normally smooth and calm seas now down Sixmans, as we like to say in Beijing, is different. As I mentioned earlier, the color of the water, this is a grayish color that we're seeing here, and down Sixmans. We urge you, I think I heard someone in our gallery mention surfers might have been looking to take a chance. I know there are some people who like to take a chance at this time. No, no, no. Stay inside until the official all clear is given. I've been on the phone here wearing two hats, trying to organize our radio team as we continue to bring you live coverage. And I know that some of my coworkers are a little hesitant, especially if you're not driving a truck, to get into their vehicles to come because the wind. I know that the Admiral was telling me, oh, I'm coming back at this particular time. But then when he thought there was a chance for him to get into the vehicle that he's driving, it was like, no, I don't know. But he risked it. He got here safely. So those winds are still gusting. And we've seen the damage that wind can do. Callers earlier today were talking about the wind. Some of them might not have had much rain, but the wind, the sound of the wind, the howling of the wind, the shrieking in some instances of the wind. As I said, when I went outside here at the CBC car park, it sounded like to me, it reminded me of rough seas. It's just the sound of these very strong winds. And I have never experienced anything like this before, but I say that with a grain of salt because most of the times I'm inside of the building here at CBC doing whatever work needs to be done. So I don't get a chance to go outside or be at home and hear the howling of the wind that a lot of our people have been talking about. St. Lawrence Gap, I'm told, we are heading there. Are we getting video? Yes, we are. So you see, it looks calm right there. The wind's just blowing the trees a little bit. The waters seem to be calm. But is that sand that we can see washed up on the road? Of course, high surfs would have been experienced here at some point in time. So you can see a little further out the white waves where the waves are breaking. Again, the water is gray. You can't tell the difference between the sky and the seas. So here we go, some water crashing up to the roads and spilling over, more sand on the roads. If you don't have to be outside, why would you? We ask you to stay inside until the official all clear is given. So the wind is picking up. Again, the lulls that you keep hearing about. This is Worthing Beach that you're seeing on your screen. And this looks to be, is it a still photo? I can see a boat. I'm trying to see, is that boat where it is supposed to be? Because it looks to me as if it is what it might be on the beach. Yes.
Say it again.
Oh, this is Hastings now that we're seeing on the screen. Now, these are some winds that we're getting. And this person is high up on a balcony. You can see the seas coming up off the shore and perhaps into the road or into a driveway. And again, it will bring with it sand. So, you know, you got to be careful. We talked about wading into this water. You don't know what is in this water. And a lot of people tend to go outside barefoot. We don't want to see any videos of anybody outside fooling around in this storm as Hurricane Beryl passes us. The feeder bands that we are getting, some pretty high winds. And I think Sabu Best, the director of the Met Services, said earlier, 60-mile-per-hour winds that we are experiencing. Hopefully, this will drop as this hurricane continues to pass Barbados. We see a truck pulling up. Truck pulling up. So where's this truck? Why is this truck pulling up? You're caught on camera, a white truck, open back truck, reversing now because he can't pass. So what are you doing on the roads? Why are you on the outside when the all clear has not been given? So the sea, as our producer is telling us, is jumping into the streets, not just gently dumping into the streets, not just gently coming over, but just coming roughly. The seas are rough. And again, leaving some sand with it as it recedes. So, you know, we have to be careful.
I keep thinking of our beautiful boardwalk and how the surf is impacting our beautiful boardwalk there as well. That's right there along the Richard Haynes boardwalk. That's right there by the rocks. That's what we're talking about. So as the surf affects the beach front areas, we are expecting no doubt some degradation. Similarly too in 6 Minutes area, what a beautiful iconic spot. And now with that high surf, it's going to be eating away the beach. So no doubt our members of the National Conservation Commission, the Ministry of the Environment and like would be paying close attention as to how they can actually arrest what would be the loss of sand in that area as a consequence of the rough seas there on the west and southwestern coasts of Barbados, impacted by Hurricane Beryl. Hurricane Beryl has moved to the west of us. It's making its way across the Eastern Caribbean now. And as she does so, she's impacting Grenada. You just heard from the Prime Minister of Grenada, Dickon Mitchell, about how it has impacted them. We saw too some footage out of St. Lucia, how that has been impacting them. And we've also heard from Tobago, how they're still under a hurricane storm watch. And for Trinidad, it's been downgraded to an area of disturbed weather. So Beryl is moving out of our side of the region, but she's leaving her feeder bands. And those feeder bands are what's lashing us from time to time right here with high winds and also from some very sharp showers. You have been reminded to stay indoors, not to come outside because the all clear has not yet been given. And certainly we want to remind you too that if it's the time for you to look at your menu, what you're going to cook for your dinners today, you know, take some time, enjoy your time in the kitchen, enjoy your time watching us on TV as well and listening to us on the radio. But most of all, stay safe. And perhaps it's a time to really consider family for a change. This is now an aerial look at what's happening from the south coast, watching it from the sea and all the rocks there to create a bit of a buffer. They're being crested as well by the huge waves that are coming over them. We want to thank Alex Dre for submitting to us this video footage, as it is stunning to see how it looks from the sky as he's gone out to fly his drone, and we are thankful for that. Look at the boats being just bundled up to the coastline onto the jetty as well. Stunning video footage of what's been happening in Barbados today as Hurricane Beryl has been affecting this lovely island of ours we call home. It's Weather Watch, brought to you with the compliments of the Barbados Light and Power, electricity powering our nation's progress since 1911. Cooperators General Insurance for coverage you need at a premium you can afford. The Barbados Water Authority, choose water first.
As we break away from the Caribbean Broadcasting Service over there in Barbados, we are not getting anything out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This reminds me of Hurricane Ivan when it hit Cayman. There was no service going out or in of Cayman. We are still hoping and praying that our brothers and sisters over there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines is okay. No, at this point in time, they are having the brunt of the hurricane. We're standing by to join a press conference out of Jamaica. We're trying to get some feed out of the Cayman Islands to see what's going on in Cayman. I'm gonna hopefully I can get some feed out of Cayman to see what's going on in the Cayman Islands. I hope I can get through to my good friend from Cayman Mall Road, Miss Sandra, who has Cayman Mall Road, and on YouTube. We're going to see if we can get a hold of her. We're going to see if we can call her and have her speak to us. But please be on standby. The Prime Minister of Jamaica will be having a press conference on the hurricane. He's going to get Jamaicans prepared. As I said before, it doesn't matter who the person is talking. It doesn't matter who's going to bring the message to you. Take heed. This thing is a very dangerous hurricane. It is not a pain period JLP hurricane. The majority of us have this tendency, boy, until we get prepared, not come. Better we get prepared than be sorry. Get prepared than be sorry. Reggae girl, I hope everything gonna be okay with your loved one over there. We are praying for our brothers and sisters in St. Vincent and the Grenadines and other places within the Caribbean, Barbados, St. Lucia. Hold on for me, sorry. Barbados, St. Lucia, and other parts of the Caribbean. I am supposed to be coming off here anytime soon, but I can't because we're trying to get the news conference out of Jamaica to give to everyone. We need to hear that news conference and what preparation does Jamaica have in place. So bear with us, be on standby. This is a live feed. This is the Make We Talk live right now. We are live on the Make We Talk feed. There won't be any politics today. I didn't know no politics at all. We're talking about this. This is very serious. This is very serious. For those who have family members in Jamaica, the Meteorological Service of Jamaica has just issued a warning. Jamaica is under hurricane watch or warning. And we need to take this very serious. Get ourselves prepared. Whatever little thing you have, if you live in an area where you can't stay there, talk to someone, go to higher grounds. A dangerous and catastrophic, powerful hurricane Beryl made landfall on Monday on the Caribbean island of Guadeloupe. After becoming the first named category 4 storm in the Caribbean. The hurricane has winds of up to 150 miles per hour, just shy of a category 5 hurricane, is what the Hurricane Center in Miami is saying. Just shy of a category 5 hurricane. Okay, so this is not a prom thing. This is a very serious thing. It is pounding the island of Grenada and everywhere in the Eastern Caribbean. So we're asking people to be very careful. Jamaicans, if you all don't take this thing serious, then it's up to you. But this is a very serious, catastrophic hurricane, and we must pray. Let me go back over to the weather report here that was going on before. Let's go back to this.
Why in a second. Now, the second system back behind this is that little area I showed you in the Atlantic. This may move in. If it does, it looks like at worst it would be tropical storm conditions. It's going to increase our chance of rain. Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines again, and especially north. So something I'm monitoring. If anything flares up big on that, I'll let you know. But I'm watching everyone and watching that chance of rain even increasing up toward Antigua and Barbuda later this week. So the model's in good agreement in the short term. A little bit more west northwest as a whole. That's kind of that turn we were expecting. The models. This is a tricky map, my friends in Jamaica, and you can help others in Jamaica with this. You see all these lines, you're like, hey, this is going to miss us. But look what's happening over toward Grenada right now. It's not a little, these storms are not small. They're very large systems. So even if the center is offshore, which I'm hoping it is, and that's what I'm leaning to now, they're bigger systems. So that would bring us tropical storm conditions. If a center tracks just to the south, makes sense. We're going to have some gustier winds. Center should be to the south of the Cayman Islands, but you see things shifting back toward Belize. That would put it closer to Honduras as well. So anywhere in here, we're taking some of those preps, coastal Honduras, Belize, back toward the Yucatan of Mexico. Now, this is those crazy lines again, but this is going out in time. This is a day out in time, 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. Very weird graph, I know. This is showing how it's kind of that category 3 hurricane and then gradual weakening. Really has only one way to go. It's so powerful at this point, gradual weakening. So as we get back to about 3 days from now, still, it looks like most of the indications are it will become a hurricane. Why would there be gradual weakening? Well, that's some of the wind shear that I was talking about. So let's get into that here. This is the European model. You can see the direct hit for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and Grenada today. Here's Cuba. Here's Jamaica. Here's what's left of Chris bringing that rain over toward Mexico. Here's Belize right now. Now, there are a couple fronts to the north. Those fronts sometimes tug on these systems a little bit. They draw them a little bit more to the north, and that's what we're seeing. We're not going to see a huge tug. That's what I'm saying. Puerto Rico, this is to the south. High anxiety time, so I'd like to let you know where it's also not going. Now, this is as we work our way out in time. Tomorrow, core of the system is to the south here, just to the south of the DR and Haiti, but on our southern coast and right where, I mean, we hit the high terrain so quickly, we're going to see the potential of flooding with some of that rain moving in. There's that front moving away, kind of tugging a little bit to the north. We've got another front back here. High pressure, though, generally dominant in the southeast U.S., keeping this action closer or in the Caribbean. You see those areas of high pressure. Now, Jamaica, the European model keeps this as a hurricane very close by, scraping by just to the south of us. And as I was talking about, that would give us those tropical storm conditions. European model seeing this as well as the American model and almost all of the models, at least tropical storm conditions for Jamaica. And there's that second area. So Anguilla, Antigua and Barbuda on Wednesday, St. Kitts and Nevis, we may get a bump up in rain. That could be some good news because northeastern Caribbean, we've been so dry. Now, a couple fronts here, but high pressure still the dominant area, keeping these systems in the Caribbean. That's why we're seeing that westerly and west-northwesterly motion with these. So this is on Wednesday. And let's go out in time here. We'll go from Wednesday into Thursday. Here's Jamaica, Cayman Islands. The worst would be to the south, but we're smaller islands as a whole. So we're taking those preps in case, because if things change, we don't have a lot of time. And then a tropical storm or hurricane very close to, you see, here's Honduras. Here's Belize, here's the Yucatan, and the European model has a strong tropical storm working its way, or even a hurricane into the Yucatan over toward Belize once we hit Friday. So you could see that right there, little front up to the north, but generally that's staying there, high pressure building in back to the east. So again, we're going to see this system, a long haul system, marching across the Caribbean. Water temperature is super warm. I was talking about yesterday the hot pockets, the warm, deep water. We have that in place. And just to give you a feel, across the Caribbean, we're talking about 29 degrees Celsius, 84 degrees Fahrenheit. These water temperatures, we're now into July, but they're acting more like what we would have next month, a little bit ahead of schedule. It's been so warm in the water. We didn't cool off as much this past winter, and that's what we were tracking together this winter. Now, this map, super crazy. This is on Wednesday. Here's Jamaica. Here's our system here. There's a little L here. This is our system here. You see this kind of a yellow shading in here and then orange shading by Cuba. That's the wind shear that is good. I'm hoping the wind shear is a little bit more to help decrease some of the strength, but it's a tricky system. You may hear, hey, this is starting to lose its steam. Well, it's still going to be a tropical storm or hurricane as it moves through the Caribbean. So we need to be very careful because this is really going to impact some of us. Now, in the short term, St. Vincent the Grenadines and Grenada, that's where most of the rain is today with those very high totals. I'll go island by island in a second. But you see how it's such a sharp divide in these wobbles that have helped us out in Dominica and Martinique, even Barbados. The wobble last night to the south has helped us out in Barbados, no doubt. We do not wish this on anyone, but we look at some good news. But the wobble south is going to bring those tropical storm conditions to Tobago throughout the day. And you see the plume of moisture well south of Puerto Rico, but we are going to see some of the rain trying to break free Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Puerto Rico the next 2 days. And look at Jamaica. I mentioned the tropical storm conditions. We're not only talking winds, we're going to see the increased chance of rain and flooding by the time we hit Wednesday. And here's that core of some of the rain. You see right here in Mexico, always looking at my friends in Mexico, we so need it rain desperately for months and months. And now we're getting it almost too much. High risk of flooding in parts of Mexico today near the Bay of Campeche as this moves in. So let's go. I want to go island by island now. Here's Dominica. Simply put, the worst weather's to the south in Dominica. So that is some good news. We may get some squalls breaking free, some gusty winds at times, but clearly the worst weather is to the south. Martinique, same thing. Worst weather is to the south. We'll get some gusty winds, some tropical storm gusts at times, right? But the worst weather stays to the south. Keep me posted in the comments. Let's swing towards St. Lucia. We are so on the borderline. We're thinking of our friends just to the south, the core of this. The worst part is going to be south of St. Lucia. What we were talking about yesterday could be a little uh, 80 to 95 kilometers an hour today, giving us some rain. The worst of it does stay to the north and then eventually moving away. But Tobago, the wobble to the south that has helped us out in Barbados, will bring us some of those tropical storm conditions. Now, here's Jamaica. This is on Wednesday. On Wednesday, this is my initial call for what's going to happen and why we need to take those preps. It's going to be tricky. We are islands and all that stuff. So just a small distance makes a big difference, like we're seeing now with St. Lucia, Barbados, Grenada. On Wednesday, winds of 95 kilometers an hour or 60 miles per hour. Solid tropical storm conditions, right? So 60 mile per hour winds at times on Wednesday in Jamaica. 100 millimeters of rain or about 4 inches of rain. It could be higher than that, though. That'll be a concern. But as of now, I have the center of this being just to the south. We'll see how that changes when I join you again. But we're making the preparations because we're smart. May as well definitely need to go ahead and do that. So let's get a look at what we got going on here. Let me break down some forecast here and switch over. Let me jump here. I'm going to scoot back a little bit just to give you a heads up here. Here's Jamaica. The next couple days, we're taking some of those preps. Wednesday, that's the day we're watching. Let's jump over here. Cayman Islands, we're watching Wednesday into Thursday. Looks like most of the weather will be to the south, but as you know, especially our mariners, boaters, we can't take many chances. So we're doing what we need to do to be smart. Trinidad and Tobago, worst weather Tobago for today. And then we'll watch out for that surge of moisture, that second system trying to work into the Eastern Caribbean. Barbados, Beryl is moving away. Wednesday, though, we'll see that rain and some gustier winds picking up. We'll see if that area tries to turn into a tropical storm. Same thing in St. Lucia. Worst weather just to the south. In St. Lucia, Grenada, we've covered this. Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, that's where Beryl has decided to go. That's where Beryl is working in. Martinique, we could see some of those squalls. Squalls are some of the rain bands kind of filtering in throughout the day. Same thing in Dominica. That at times could give us some tropical storm conditions. Same thing in Guadeloupe. We may see some of that rain from Beryl trying to break free. Antigua and Barbuda, by the middle of the week, the rain chance will bump up, right? Northeastern Caribbean, middle of the week, rain chance will start to get higher. Same thing, St. Kitts and Nevis and Montserrat. Rain chance a little higher later in the week, Anguilla and St. Bart's. And you see on Wednesday up to a 50% chance, St. Martin, Saba, and Statia. Rain chance, Puerto Rico, about a 60% chance tomorrow. As this passes to the south, it'll enhance that easterly flow, bump up the rain chance, but Beryl itself, the big part of it, stays to the south of Puerto Rico, and it stays to the south of my friends in the U.S. and British Virgin Islands. I know one map I didn't get to was the wave heights, but what I showed you yesterday does hold. The wave height map does hold yesterday. Bermuda, rain chance about 40%, or Bahamas rather, about 40%, scattered about for us in the Bahamas. All of this action staying to the south. Turks and Caicos, about a 20% chance. You see as we hit Tuesday, a 70% chance of rain and storms across the DR, favoring our southern zones in Haiti on Tuesday. So that is tomorrow, brushing by with some tropical storm conditions. Then we swing over here in Belize. We're making the preparations for the potential of a tropical storm or hurricane moving in later this week. But in the meantime, we do have some rain to speak of. Aruba, Curacao, and Bonaire, most of this has been missing us. About a 20 to 30, even upwards of a 50% chance of rain by the time we get into the middle of the week. Little bump up in the rain chance midweek. Guyana, still a 60% chance, still some pockets of flooding. Suriname, a 60% chance of some of the rain. And as we work our way toward Cuba, all of this stays to the south, the big tropical weather to the south, scattered rain and storms, 50% chance in Cuba, 60% chance Costa Rica and Panama, and about a 50% chance across Nicaragua. Keep an eye on what happens with Beryl, Honduras. All eyes, of course, are on Beryl to see how close it gets, to see how strong it tries to stay. We'll watch out for that weakening trend. Guatemala, pockets of some rain and storms around. Mexico City, with what's left of Chris working in that brief tropical storm. We're going to watch out for some flooding, not just today, but over the next couple of days in the Yucatan of Mexico. All eyes on Beryl to see how that hangs together and works across the Caribbean. Colombia, we have about a 40% chance of scattered storms. Northern Venezuela, 40% chance. And now Bermuda, tomorrow and Wednesday, about a 50% chance. So again, my friends, in Grenada, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we are locked down all day for sure. All of us are thinking of you. We're going to be watching to the west near Jamaica, Cayman Islands, Belize, Mexico, Honduras, and then this little second area in the Atlantic. I am watching that. I'll be watching that to see how that tries to spin up. But there's going to be a lot of action this year. Already is. So we'll just track it storm by storm. And thank you for doing your part in just.
There you have it. There you have it. There you have it. This thing is a very dangerous thing, and we must take this seriously. We mustn't take it lightly. This is very serious, and we must take this very, very serious. It's not going. We mustn't take it lightly. We have some videos coming out of Barbados. Let me see if I can have you all see what is going on in Barbados. It doesn't look good. We're still standing by to get. Apparently, the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation in Barbados is showing something here, but I want to show you a video before I go back to them. And as I said before, we're standing by for a live press conference from Jamaica, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Prime Minister Andrew Holness, will be holding a press conference to give an update on Hurricane Beryl and what preparation should be put in place for this thing that is coming towards us. So let us listen to what is going on in Barbados. One moment for me, please. Let's go back over here, go here, and see if we can get this live feed out of Barbados. Yes, we can. Well, it's not a live feed, just a video. Not a live feed, it's just a video. Barbados. That's a part. That's in the, one of the town of. Well, that's in the town of Barbados.
All right.
There you have it. There's a part in, some part there in Barbados that the people of Barbados is going through a little warm time, not to mention the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So that's why we're saying to our fellow Jamaicans, take this thing seriously. If you live in a flood-thrown area, move from where you are and seek higher grounds. You live in a flood-thrown area, move from where you are and seek higher grounds. This is not a play thing. This is a very serious, catastrophic hurricane is coming towards us. And we must take this thing serious. I'm going to loosen up some of this that I don't freeze up too much. This need to go. I'm going to still stay by with Barbados Broadcasting Corporation. Let us see what's going on here. Okay. This is a video that was sent to me a while ago of one of the pair in Barbados.
Come on, man, boy.
Come on, Milton, huh? And go for sure now. Yo, it ain't going on.
Sterling oleh, gak boleh tuh. Sterling oleh, please.
There you have it. There you have it. The people of Barbados is going through a warm time. We're standing by to join a news conference live from Jamaica House where the Prime Minister. Let me go over to CBC, the Caribbean Broadcasting Corporation, as we get a live feed from them in what is going on in the rest of the Caribbean. Here we go. I think this is Barbados. This is live from Barbados.
Radisson and Aquatica, and you can see the restaurant there, how the waves are coming right under. It's not the good time to be having lunch or dinner there at all, as a matter of fact, and how that boat has been beached as well in the area of the Radisson Aquatica. These this is a look at the surf now, right? They're still in the same area, and how that is just churning and churning, and as it crashes into whatever is in its way, it is just rising high. And in lots of cases around the south coast, that water is now coming onto the roadway and dumping, as Derry would say, the sand, the silt, the everything there, which would make it very difficult for vehicular traffic. And so we're asking you, particularly in the Hastings area, to find your alternate route, but you're not supposed to be on the road anyway. And it will take some time, no doubt, to clear that as well. So to be patient is a good thing as you're trying to make your way about following the all clear.
It's true, Pearson. And of course, we will continue to bring you live coverage of any videos that we get, any footage. We thank you once again for being our eyes and our ears and sending us all those videos, calling in to let us know what is happening in your area. Again, that number to call, 228-5562. You can call and update us if you've spoken with us before. I know in the dark of night, a lot of people were anxious. A lot of people were afraid. The wind was howling. And now that day is upon us, going into the afternoon. It's 7 minutes to 2 o'clock, almost nighttime again, as we await the official all clear from the National Emergency Center situated at the DEM. We hope that you stay inside and stay safe. If you're listening to us on the radio and you are in a car, we urge you to get inside. We've got Sharon Bellamy, who is joining us live from the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex. Good afternoon, Sharon.
Hi, good afternoon.
What are conditions like there? Well, first of all, Sharon, let me ask you, because I know that's your workplace. Why are you there at this time?
Because, you know, this is my, and I had to be here.
Okay, so describe for us what you're seeing. What is happening right now at the Bridgetown Fisheries Complex?
I didn't even know. My daughter had called me and told me she would give me all of these stories. But we actually here to see this devastation. I've never ever seen anything like this. I left on when I left there on Saturday, all the boxes were in their spaces, and when I came here, I saw that the forklift has moved these boxes. All of these boxes have been pushed right away. All of the boats, and there are 100 boats here in the market, all of them are bad. We have like 6 of them here that actually safe. There are some that are backing up against the pavement when the rest on the outside is pushing upon there. They're open up and they're actually sinking. I can't explain it. You have to be here to see this, and the waves are coming over and actually coming where we are and stuff like that. It's very dead. I've never ever seen nothing like this all my life. And all the diesel is coming out of the boats, and it is very. I can't get it explained. I can't actually get it. It hurt me because this is my industry. This is where I get my fish, and there will not be no fishing for a very, very long time. Every boat is been here is severely damaged.
Wow, Sharon, we can hear the emotion in your voice as you describe for us what is happening. We can hear the voices in the background. And I know that there are people there with their fishing boats. What exactly are they trying to do, Sharon?
And then there's nothing they can do because they were going there to, like, you know, to push off their boats, and the wind is just coming and just bashing them somewhere in tears. One man that I know well, he lost 3 boats at one time. You know, there's lots of tears down here. Not only me, there's tears, because you know some of them probably have loans at the bank and stuff like that. Some of the and stuff like that is really, really rough down here. It's really, really rough. It's a sight to see.
Okay, Sharon, and you said, as you said, it's your livelihood, it's their livelihood. So to watch the devastation as it happens, trying to save those boats must be very, very hard to do. You mentioned the boxes that were strewn across the fish market. Have you started cleanup?
We're going to break away from the live feed from CBC as we're standing by for a live press conference from Jamaica. It is now 2 o'clock. It's now 2 o'clock in 2 o'clock in the United States, 1 o'clock in Jamaica. We're standing by to join that live press conference. Let me break away from this. We do apologize for that, but we have to stand by to get this live feed into us. That's a live press conference from Jamaica on Hurricane Beryl. The press conference, I was told, is hosted by the Prime Minister of Jamaica, Andrew Holness. Prime Minister Andrew Holness. We're standing by for a live feed from Jamaica House. As soon as we get that feed into you, we'll bring it to you. We're watching what is going on in Barbados, but we have to stand by for this live feed. I don't want to interrupt anything. Let us stand by for this live feed that is going to come to us pretty soon. Let me see if I can get through to if there's a feed that already started. But we're standing by for the live feed out of Jamaica, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, will be hosting a press conference. He and his technocrats, and I was told that local government minister Desmond McKenzie, meteorologist, the person who does the Met Center. Let me calm down. I'm speaking too fast. The Med Center will be there also. Okay, we're being told, I don't know if this is true. I'm going to try and get this news in if this is true, that the hurricane is now a category 5. Let us see if we can get some confirmation on this. It is now 2 o'clock. Hold on for me here. We're going to see if we can get a confirmation on this, that the hurricane is now a category 5. Is it true? Waiting to get a confirmation on this. Please stand by. Greetings to everyone. Greetings. And I'm being told, let us not say anything yet. It has to be confirmed. I'm going to confirm it. I don't run anything until I confirm it, you know. Let me see if I can confirm something here. Let me go over to here and see if there is a confirmation from any news organization outside of Jamaica and within Jamaica. Okay, what I'm being told here. Okay. What I'm being told here is that, okay, hold on a minute. Let me go back to here because we have to get this news conference in. We're standing by for a live news conference out of Jamaica. Okay, what I'm being told that Hurricane Beryl passed Barbados on Monday morning as a powerful category 3. The system strengthened into a category 4 as it made landfall, as it made its way to the Central Caribbean. Now, we don't know if it is a category 5. We're still holding on to see if we're going to get if it's a category 5. I don't see anything here. I don't see anything here. Hold on for me. We're still standing by. The news conference will start, I was told, in a couple minutes, hopefully. Waiting for them to go live. As soon as they go live, we will go live with them. As I said before, I am not aware of it. It was just brought to me. I saw it on somewhere and I said it's category 5. The news did not say that. You have some people who continue putting things out. That is not so. So I don't take anything as people say to me. What I do, I confirm first. So don't ask me how I'm going to say it and whatever. As I said, didn't I say I won't have to confirm it first? That's what I said. Let me figure out something here. I'm going to confirm first, my good friend. I will confirm first, Singy. I will confirm first. Let me, still working on something else. Me alone in here trying to do this thing. Let me go over to CNN. Hear what CNN is saying. Okie dokie. 2 hours ago, Uncle Donald Trump. What? Is that so? I didn't know. Okay, what CNN is saying, because I don't see anything. What CNN is saying is Hurricane Beryl made landfall in Grenada as a Category 4 hurricane with 150 miles per hour wind. Wow. Okay, the person who sent this news to me about Category 5, I don't see it in any news thing, so I won't even. I should have. You know what? I should have never come out with it and say anything first. I should have just wait. It is now 2:06. 6 minutes after 2 o'clock. 6 minutes after 1 o'clock in Jamaica. We're still standing by for a live press conference out of Jamaica. Let me go over back to CBC and see if there's anything they're giving to us over there. We want to see the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center in Miami. Let me see if I can pull that in as we stand by for the press conference out of Jamaica at Jamaica House. Bear with us, please, here at the Big Talk YouTube channel. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. And as I said before, we need to listen. We need to take heed to what is going on. We need to listen. We need to take heed to what is going on, because this is a very serious, catastrophic hurricane. So we need to take heed, and we need to take caution. One moment for me. I think I have something else coming into us. Okay. Thank you very much. Let me see if I can get this over to my. Oh Lord, there's a whole heap of this. Let me see if I can get this over to my my email. We're still standing by for a live feed out of Jamaica. It is 8. Okay. The Minister of Home Affairs and Information in Barbados is giving a press conference. When the press conference in Jamaica starts, we'll break away from Barbados and go over to Jamaica. But please stand by for a live feed from CBC, where the Minister of Home Affairs and Information is giving a live.
To give you some good news and say that the all clear has been given. However, some conditions are still, bad weather is still on the outside. So although you're free to leave and move around, please do so with caution. The roads, for the most part, are clear, but that does not mean you won't find isolated instances of debris or lines down. And Highway 7, we have some challenges with Highway 7. So although you're clear to move around, I would ask you please as much as possible to avoid the South Coast. All right. Having said that, I turn it over to the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Minister. And let me at the outset thank all who have rallied out here at the National Emergency Operations Center for more than the last 18 hours. It does not go unnoticed. And I would want publicly to thank each and every person who has been here, making sure that the country is in a position to defend as many people as possible and all of the critical infrastructure, and also to be able to take the communication necessary so as to ensure that we have a holistic picture with respect to damage. It is fair to say that Barbados evaded the worst of Hurricane Beryl. Indeed, as predicted, it passed 80 miles south of the country, and therefore what we got was predominantly tropical force, sustained tropical force tropical storm force winds with hurricane gusts. From the reports thus far here at the DEM, it appears as though the majority of the damage is related to coastal infrastructure or coastal assets, and I'll come to that in a minute. I want to thank all Barbadians for obeying, for the most part, the requirements to stay off. I did notice, however, that there are some who continue to go out, and I think the minister dealt with that earlier, and we really do need to begin to understand that when we do that, we put potentially at risk the lives of the emergency personnel, who then not only are their lives at risk, but if they are required somewhere else that is even more demanding, then of course we have a problem. With respect to the coastal damage, it appears as though, and I'm going to leave here and go to visit firsthand, but the preliminary reports suggest that there has been significant damage to fishing vessels, with a large number, probably as much as 20 that may have sunk, and a significantly larger number of them with damage. I'll speak later to the country when I visit it firsthand. We have reports of a number of other vessels that have sunk. Some are already on social media with respect, I think, to the Jolly Roger. And I had a report also on the Dream Chaser that is also sunk to the bottom of the harbor. We are having challenges with a few other vessels as we speak, and I will wait to update you when we get down to that side. There are two areas of Highway 7 that are impassable. The area between Blakey's and Hastings, right there where the old Caribbean, where the new hotel is building, going to just south of KFC. And then I'm told also there are two small fishing boats that would have come across the road with respect to Oystins. So we are asking people to avoid Highway 7 as far as possible. The truth is that if you really don't need to be on the road today, stay home. That's the truth. And I say so with all sincerity. There is going to be significant cleanup work where there has been damage, particularly in that Highway 7 area, and particularly as it relates, as I said, to the coastal assets and coastal infrastructure. With respect to house damage, it is still too early to tell. We have just over 40 houses with some kind of damage or roof loss, or minimal report there would have been roof leaks, but most of it is damage to houses and roof and partial collapse. But we expect that that number may increase because we have over 400 persons in the shelter. And now that the all clear has been given, a number of them will return to their homes, and some of them may well have sustained damage. We have put arrangements in place to at least get the preliminary assessments done this afternoon with respect to those 40 houses or so. But as I said, we await further reports. And I want to urge all Barbadians who have suffered damage and sustained damage. It is important for all kinds of reasons for us to get your information. One, particularly those who are vulnerable and below the poverty line, where we need to help you. For those who are vulnerable in whatever respect, we need to know. And then we also need to be able to plot where the damage is happening, because it helps us to rebuild in a more resilient way. Today is not, and certainly not now, is not the conversation for what we must do, because this is now a way of life. But we will have that conversation in the future and find ways where every Barbadian accepts that while the government may do certain things at one level, we need individual households to heed the warning and to work with us to be able to make their house, their castle, sustainable as far as possible. With respect to electricity, I think you've already seen that the Light and Power has said that about 25% of their systems went down, but they are very much, even before the full all clear has been given, there's something known as an operational all clear, which would have seen their men go out and start to be able to bring back systems online for persons. My electricity, for example, certainly went out at about 5:30, 5:45 this morning, and just now before I left home, it was back on again. So I believe that you will see the continuous rollout. The Water Authority, I believe, has said that they have about 57% of their production capacity back up and running, and 29% of all of the pumping stations are already online, and we expect that to continue to roll out at a rapid level, so that between now and the next few hours. I think that that covers the majority of it. Suffice it to say that I really want to thank all Barbadians. This could have been far worse for us from the point of view that had we taken a direct hit or an even closer hit where the hurricane came closer to us, we now know how bad the level of devastation could be. Even as I say that, I get chills through me because I know I've already been in contact with Prime Minister Mitchell in Grenada. He has indicated that Carriacou and Petit Martinique are significantly been damaged, may even be devastated. And they are still obviously waiting for the system to pass over them. They hope that by 4 p.m. they will be able to get, or soon thereafter, to be able to do a rapid assessment. I have been in contact also very briefly with Prime Minister Gonzalez's wife, and they too were very much in the midst of the system earlier today. So I ask Barbadians, even as we understand that our part of that journey of this journey with Beryl is now over, that we spare a thought and we send up some prayers for our brothers and sisters in Grenada, in Carriacou, generally in the Grenadines, and of course in St. Vincent. Tobago, we have not had any initial assessments yet, but we know that they also suffered from storm force winds. And this is going to be a work in progress. As to Barbadians now, I want to also remind us it's not over. I told you this weekend that it's going to be a long week. And we do have confirmation that there is a system behind. What that system will end up being, whether it stays as a tropical wave, a depression, or a storm, we don't know yet, but suffice it to say that it will be bad weather. And for those who have had damage to their houses, or those who feel that their houses are vulnerable, we need at this stage to be able to keep a posture of keeping the shelters up. It is against that backdrop that later today, in consultation with the Ministry of Education and the Chief Education Officer, we will let you know whether there will be school tomorrow or not, because one of the conditions of being able to have a Category 1 shelter is that we also had to shutter the schools, and therefore it may not make sense to take down the shutters if the system is going to be serious for 24 hours to have to put them back up. And I am informed in any event that all internal exams and CXC exams are finished. So just as I ask you sometimes to apply your hearts to wisdom, the government will have to apply its hearts to wisdom in these matters too. But now it's too early to make that decision without further consultation with the Chief Education Officer and indeed the unions involved and the Ministry of Education as a whole. I think that covers most of it for now. We will get a chance to talk with you from the road again after we see the damage down the road. I don't want to keep people out there unnecessarily, in the same way I'm saying to you, if you don't need to go outside, stay home. You understand? If you do need to go outside, be careful. And while we are not likely to have storm force winds, as you just heard from Minister Abrams, you are likely still to get high winds. And high wind, we say know where old house live, but high wind know where people who also may want to be reckless can walk out too. So let us apply our hearts to wisdom. Let us, as one people, give thanks and thanks for the mercies that have been bestowed upon us. It could have been far, far worse. But by the same token, let us use this as a learning experience and a building block to becoming even more resilient, because the one thing we can do is change Barbados' geography. The one thing we can do is to make ourselves more resilient. I do believe that there's a general feeling that people took this hurricane more serious than they have most in recent times. And I want to thank Bajans for heeding the warning and to listening to us over the course of the last 2-3 days. We will not always be this lucky, but we can be better prepared even more than we are today, as much as I commend you for the improvements that we have had over the last few systems. So let us use this as a building experience and let us give thanks. And once again, I end where I started. The emergency personnel in this country are the ones who keep us safe. The people who have remained here at the National Emergency Operations Center are the people who allow us to be able to make the decisions to militate against further damage. And I want you at home You all know police, you all know BDF personnel, you all know people who work in DEM, you all know the shelter wardens, you all know all of the people who make sacrifices. Spare the time and give them a special hug and a special thank you when you see them. So until we speak later today, thank you, and please remain safe, and let us remain vigilant over the next few days, and stay focused on accurate, reliable, authentic news. If you're using social media, you know the ones with the blue ticks that are authentic. If you're listening, CBC, we've known it for over how many years, how many decades? The Nation newspaper just celebrate 50 years. We know the ones to listen to. And let us therefore, and if you have damage, please call in and give us the damage. If we don't know, we can't do anything about it. Thank you very much. I don't know if you want to ask me anything before.
You've covered
we go.
everything I had to ask. So thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
that update, Prime Minister Mia Motley. Just to recap some of the main points, the all clear has been given. However, you're being advised that if you do not need to leave home, then stay at home. And if you do have to venture out, be very careful and try to avoid Highway 7 because some sections of that road are impassable. Just to recap some of the things that the Prime Minister would have said, of course, we would have seen quite a bit of damage in the fisheries sector. At least 20 vessels are believed to have sunk at this point, but assessments are still being done. The Prime Minister will be departing now to lead a team to go and see some of the hardest hit areas. The Bridgetown Fisheries Complex will be one of those areas. She will also be visiting Highway 7. At this point, about 40 homes are known to have been damaged, various things including the roof, and so we do expect that number to rise as people go home. We had in excess of 400 people in the shelters, and therefore as they now leave, that since the all clear has been given to head home, we do expect that that number may rise. But the all clear has been given, so like I said, you are clear now to venture out, but do so cautiously as it relates to school tomorrow. Prime Minister Motley says they will be, in talks with the Education Ministry. They have to check the conditions of the shelters and what's happening there, and then a subsequent announcement will be made. So we do encourage you to continue to monitor the official channels. We will certainly have more updates as the day progresses. So we want to thank the team right here at the Department of Emergency Management. Excuse me. It's been a very long time. We've been here I was here since 10 o'clock last night, and I came and phoned the others here. So I don't know what time they've been here, but it's been a long time. But I'm happy to say that we appear to have escaped the worst. So we really want to thank videographer Patrick Murray. He's been here the entire time, and Ryan Kennedy, who's been here helping us as well. So on behalf of the team here, we're throwing it back to you in the studio for the final time.
Sharika, perhaps, I'm not sure if you've heard anything about the bus service, when bus service will be restored. Maybe you can check on that for us and report back for us.
The officials before they leave.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Sharika. Sharika Griffith,
There you have it, where Prime Minister of Barbados, Prime Minister Mayor Amoy Motley, has just addressed the people of Barbados pertaining to what is going on in Jamaica. Hold on, this thing is frozen. Okay, here we go. Yes, she has just addressed the Barbados people pertaining to what is going on in Barbados. We're still waiting for a live press conference from Jamaica, where the Prime Minister will be addressing the nation pertaining to Hurricane Beryl. It is now 2:24. No, so when they come on to government and their press conference, it is never on time. Okay, stand by. Hold on for me, please. Please stand by. Apparently there is something coming up here. Let me go over here and go back into here. I just saw something came up on my screen a while ago. Yes. Here we go. Please stand by. Yes, please stand by. As soon as we have the live feed into us, We're not going to put in any commercial in this. We're just holding on. The Prime Minister will be addressing the nation. Let me take off live from Barbados at this one here. Hold on for me, please. Just need to go. It is going to be, hold on. Yes, here we go. This is where we're waiting on this. A press conference on Hurricane Beryl from Jamaica House. It has not started as yet. So please stand by for the live press conference. Let me take off this, and as soon as the press conference starts, we will bring up the live video to you. We'll bring the live video to you. Please do not go anywhere. Please like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We want to hear what is coming out of Jamaica. We may open up the phone lines here. We don't know as yet, but we just want to hear what is going on out of Jamaica. As what the Prime Minister of Barbados said, that she spoke to the Prime Minister of Grenada, and 2 of their parishes in Grenada is devastated. She spoke to also the Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Sir Rolf Gonzalez, and his wife, and their things are just not, hokey dokey there. But we're praying and hoping that God in His mercy will really spare St. Vincent and the Grenadines and its people, and we pray and hope that the people of Jamaica will be spared also. But in the meantime, Jamaicans must take heed. They must take heed. They must not be unprepared. They must take heed and listen to what the officials have to say. I know some of you do have your last little penny, and you say you go buy up all kind of something, and when you buy up, nothing left, everything done. But please take heed. Take heed in what is going on. Take heed in what they're going to say. Do not, at no time at all, don't listen to them. If you listen, take heed. We have to take heed. Oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. You're welcome. Please, 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 everyone, like and share this feed, because share this live feed, because we want to hear what the Prime Minister is saying. He's everybody's Prime Minister. We may not like him, but he's everybody's Prime Minister. And this is the time for us right now to really listen and to take in what's going on. We're standing by for a live press conference from Jamaica House, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, will be addressing the nation. So we're standing by to get a live feed from him. If I'm doing a good job, everyone, give me a thumbs up. Also, put something in my kitty here. Come on, man. If I'm doing a good job, give me a thumbs up. Give me something in my kitty here. And everybody's going through little things, but give me a little thumbs up here. We're standing by to get a live feed. Let me cut CUC. Let me cut CBC rather. Let me cut CBC. Okay. We're waiting for a live press conference. Let me cut this off here and hold on to this one here. So we'll free up some of the stuff here on the computer that we can get a better outlook on what is going on. So we're still waiting on the press conference with the Prime Minister. It's supposed to start anytime soon. It's now 1:30 in Jamaica. It's now 2:30 in the United States. They're supposed to start from 12 o'clock Jamaica time, and they push it back. So I don't know if the Prime Minister was waiting on to hear what his counterparts in Barbados, Grenada, and St. Vincent was saying. At the moment, so Jamaicans, at least, listen to me, at least we have reports on when hurricane is going to hit us. Normally we don't, at least we do. So take heed, my friends. Do not take this thing lightly. Take heed. We're still standing by for the live press conference, live from Jamaica House, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica, the Most Honorable Andrew Michael Holness, will be addressing the Jamaican people and indeed the Jamaican diaspora. As soon as this press conference is finished, I do not know if we're going to take any calls. I have to speak to my producers with that. But let me put back this up here and take me out of there. Yes, we're standing by for a press conference with the Prime Minister of Jamaica. Yes. If I have what? What is that? I don't understand what that is. No, I don't. We're standing by to join the live press conference from Jamaica House, where the Prime Minister of Jamaica will be addressing the nation. The Prime Minister of Jamaica will be addressing the nation at any time now. It is now 1:30 in Jamaica, 2:30 here in the United States. We're listening, watching from around the world on the Eastern Caribbean. This is the Make We Talk Jeffrey Tavares YouTube channel. Remember to like, share, and subscribe. Like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. We're standing by for a live press conference from Jamaica House on Hurricane Beryl with Prime Minister Andrew Holness. Here we go.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us for a special edition of the post-cabinet press briefing. As would have been announced before, the Prime Minister had a briefing session with all heads of agencies that are responsible for disaster preparedness, and we are now going to be going into some updates to the people of Jamaica in relation to our preparedness for Hurricane Beryl. I should note that in that briefing that was done to the Prime Minister and to Cabinet, we heard from several agencies across government, all of which showed that they were prepared and they all went through their plans for Hurricane Beryl. And I think we are in good stead in relation to preparedness across government, across all of the government agencies that have a responsibility. And so today we're going to go very quickly into it. We're not going to delay. We are going to have Mr. Evan Thompson come first, and I will tell you a bit of the order today. We will have our head of the Met Office come. We'll also have ODM giving an update. We will have the NWA and the NWC doing updates. And then we will also have the JCF and the JDF. Following that, we will also get an overarching statement from Minister Mackenzie and also from our Prime Minister at the end. So that's the order within which we will be working today, and we will go through very quickly to show the state of readiness of this government for Hurricane Beryl. Mr. Thompson, thank you.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to everyone, media, Jamaicans all. A very good day to you. Of course, you would be aware that we are currently preparing ourselves for Hurricane Beryl that is just moving into the Eastern Caribbean. It has already passed a couple of the islands in terms of the center of the system, and it is now continuing to move into the Eastern Caribbean and thereafter expected to move into the Central and then Western Caribbean. We are monitoring the system primarily because it is projected to move in the direction of Jamaica and should be very close to, if not over the island, in another 2 days or so, maybe slightly less than 2 days, because we are expecting the activity to begin across Jamaica early on Wednesday. Now, this system is currently a Category 4 hurricane. It is continuing to move westward with some fluctuations in the strength. At some points, it was downgraded to a Category 3 hurricane, if we could call it a downgrade, because that is still a powerful system, but it has again been bumped up to Category 4. Let me step back with these slides. Okay, that's the first one, just showing you where that system is located. The image shows that the center of the system is just about in the Eastern Caribbean now, and it continues westward. It is a powerful system, and so it requires our attention. The latest bulletin that was issued by the Meteorological Service was issued at 11 a.m. today, and we are scheduled for our next bulletin, number 4, at 2 p.m. So it's currently in production. 2 points that I would like to raise from this latest bulletin, first of all, is that a hurricane watch has been issued for Jamaica. So Jamaica is under a hurricane watch, which means that conditions that are associated with a hurricane are posing a threat to Jamaica and are possible over our area within 48 hours. That's something that we need to take note of. A watch means conditions are possible and within 48 hours. Of course, if it becomes more expected, we will move that to a warning, a hurricane or tropical storm warning, but that is yet to be decided. At this point in time, we have a hurricane watch that is in effect for Jamaica. Also to be pointed out in bulletin number 3 is that fishers, those marine operators who are off our coast, have been encouraged over the past day or so to move inland and to vacate the waters, moving to the mainland. We expect that this activity has been completed and that all our fishers and marine operators are currently safeguarding their properties on land and ensuring that they are ready to face if we move to a warning, dealing with their families and ensuring the safety of their families. Moving on with the slides, I would indicate that the latest position is indicated on this chart. We can see that the system is already a major hurricane, will continue to move into the Eastern Caribbean as a major hurricane. When it gets into the Central Caribbean, conditions are less favorable. There is some wind shear that could result in a reduction in the strength of the winds in the system. That is a positive sign for us here in Jamaica because we are just left of center. We are just in the west central part of the Caribbean. So if that does take place, we are in a more favorable conditions for less strengthening of the system. And we're also seeing over the past few hours that there has been a slight shift in the forecast projected track of this system, with it now being expected to have its center move not directly over the island, but just off our coastline. I must point out that this is the current projection, but this could change in the next 24 hours. There could be a shift that brings it back over the island. Therefore, we have to maintain our alertness and maintain our monitoring of this system. All systems are in full operation in the Meteorological Service. We are continuing to keep our contacts open with all our partners in the region and in primarily with the National Hurricane Center of the US, or what we refer to as our Regional Specialized Meteorological Center. They operate on behalf of all of us in the region, North America, Central America, and the Caribbean, and they are monitoring and providing us with the latest information. They have also been advised that the government of Jamaica has issued that hurricane watch for the country, and so they have made it public in their network right across the globe. The points that are raised in red on the left of your screen are just indicating the closest points to Jamaica, one when it is southeast of the island, and the next when it is just southwest. That's Hurricane Beryl being just southwest of the island. In each case, the expected strength of the system would be between 105 and 110 miles per hour. That puts us in the category of the realm of Category 2 hurricane, as you can see on the Saffir-Simpson scale. That is the wind scale for hurricanes. Scale 2 indicates, or Category 2 indicates, that the wind speed would be between 96 and 110 miles per hour. So the current projection is that on passing Jamaica, the system is likely to be a Category 2 hurricane, and that means extremely dangerous winds could cause extensive damage. It's nothing to scoff at. It's nothing to be complacent about, because it is still a serious and dangerous situation. Finally, I just wanted to point out that in the key messages that have been promoted by the Regional Specialized Meteorological Center, Beryl is expected to remain powerful, moving right through the central and the northwestern Caribbean. And the watch, it has indicated, is now in effect for Jamaica. Jamaica is expected to anticipate the hazards that are related to hurricanes. That includes very heavy rainfall. It includes very strong winds. It also includes devastating storm surge. And what is most critical in this case is that the activity would come up along our southern coastline if the center of the system moves off our coast to the south. Therefore, any inlet, any bay along the southern coastline is at risk of storm surge flooding. So similar kinds of activity that have occurred in Caribbean estate in the past with Hurricane Ivan, I believe it was, and then also in Portland Cottage in Clarendon, those communities and all other communities along the South Coast would be at particular threat of storm surge flooding. Also, landslides are something that we need to be careful about as the system moves close. The rainfall anticipated during this event would be tremendous, and so we must prepare ourselves for it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. And we're going to be moving right along to an update from Ed Odpem, who is the lead, has a lot of experience in disaster management in Jamaica. And I invite Mr. Richard Thompson, the acting director of ODPEM, to address us.
Good afternoon again, all. Just a quick update on the part of the ODPEM. So the ODPEM, as a National Disaster Coordinator, I've been having a series of NEOC planning meeting as it relates to dealing with the impending threat of Hurricane Beryl. We started very early in this process, given what we are seeing in the Caribbean at this time of the year, June being very early for a system of this magnitude. We started very early with our planning meeting from Thursday of last week, and we had a series of meetings going from Friday into the weekend, where we discuss a number of matters as it relates to our preparedness. We took a lot of information coming in from the parishes. Given the parish disaster risk management setup is really where the rubber is the road as it relates to our response in our communities. So we took all those information, we took presentations from all the other members of the National Disaster Risk Management team and overall members of the National Disaster Risk Management framework, looking at aspects of shelter, relief distribution, pre-positioning, evacuation of our threatened areas, looking at scenario development. We did 3 scenario development for the impending system. We will be now doing a more detailed scenario development now that we have seen that it will track to the south side of us. And we place a lot of emphasis on our shelters, looking at what is required for our shelter preparedness. And the discussions were had there with the Ministry of Education, looking at the fact that most of our shelters, total of 870 shelters, that about 80% of those are in fact schools, and what is required as it relates to those shelter preparedness. Supplies and shelter in terms of pre-positioning and the communication process between the local authorities, the shelter managers, and the school system, the management of the schools, the principals and the other persons within the schools, to ensure that if needs be and we have to activate shelters, that the system is in place for the shelters to be open in a timely manner. The National Emergency Operations Center operates within cells, and we ensure that direction was given and directive was given over the weekend for those cells to meet, to have their internal preparedness planning process being at the ready. So some of the cells that we look at was the humanitarian cell, which is headed by the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, our communication cell, which is GIS Health, Ministry of Health Operations Cell, headed by the Jamaica Fire Brigade, and the security cells. We ensure those meetings are currently taking place, and you would have heard it was given to the cabinet earlier that a lot of those planning meetings started actually from yesterday. So we are moving now, looking at now at what we have to do when we get closer to the hit in terms of pre-positioning of our supplies and the necessary work that has to be done on the humanitarian side and the shelter management side. So we have put in place a lot of work and a lot of effort in terms of our preparedness. We are leaving no stone unturned, given the fact that it takes only one system to cause major impact for us as a small island developing state. And we have to ensure that all the work that we have done and all the economic gains that have been made, that the full ambit of our disaster risk management apparatus is in full gear to ensure that the country and ultimately our people are protected. So that's where we are currently, and the work continues. I'm sure when we all leave here, we'll be having another series of meetings to ensure that we are putting everything in place to deal with the eventuality of the system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Thompson. And we are going to be going to NWA and then NWC. So NWA will be represented by E.G. Hunter. And then right after him, we'll have NWC represented by Kevin Carr, the acting president.
Good afternoon, everyone. Following on the heels of my colleague from ODPEM, the NWA, we are primarily responsible for the maintenance of the island's main road network, and we also have a pivotal role to play in floodwater control. In relation to those two areas of responsibility, the NWA, first of all, has activated our parish teams, and the parish teams are in contact with the local municipalities as well as the relevant disaster preparedness apparatus in each of the respective parish. In addition to the activation of our parish teams, our construction sites have also been phased to reduce the impact of the hurricane, and in particular, the damage caused by water. The runoff on the construction site is usually exacerbated by open areas on the construction site. So we've taken steps to mitigate against that. Some of the more vulnerable areas in this regard, on the South Coast Highway Improvement Projects, which you all know about, areas such as Harbour View to Yalas Bridge, Stella Road, Shooters Hill, Rest Haven, Open Sea Close, Morales Drive, Peasant Drive, and Comoros Drive. These are areas which are particularly vulnerable, and we have taken special steps to secure the site in these locations. In addition to cauterizing or attempting to cauterize the impact on our construction sites, we're also responsible for drain cleaning. And while drain cleaning is tremendously important, I did make the point early on that incidences of flooding should not be necessarily confused with lack of drain cleaning, because it is the capacity of the drain that ultimately determines whether or not flooding occurs. Nonetheless, we started our drain cleaning activity in May. Each constituency was voted a minimum of $1 million to undertake drain cleaning. And those activities started in May, as I said, and are continuing to this day. In addition to the constituency-based drainage cleaning exercise, we've also added a couple of other areas based on our analysis. Wikiwaki in St. Andrew, the Sandy Gully, we spoke about the Sandy Gully, the two bridges on the Sandy Gully in the vicinity of the Washington Boulevard and on Spanish Town Road are particularly vulnerable to the sediment that accumulates in the gully. And so we started cleaning the Sandy Gully in those particular areas over the weekend. And we will continue until Minister Clark's money runs out. Initially, we had earmarked, I think, about $6 billion for the Sandy Gully. The Prime Minister was generous enough to have secured additional funding for us, and we continue the drain cleaning on the Sandy Gully. But it's an enormous job cleaning the Sandy Gully. We've also tackled the South and the North Gully in St. James, Danvers Pen in St. Thomas, low-lying areas in Kingston, Portmore, Seaview Gardens. Those areas are being given special attention. The drain along Marcus Garvey Drive, we're all familiar with the periodic flooding which occurs on Marcus Garvey Drive. Again, it is to be understood that flooding on Marcus Garvey Drive is really a manifestation of a very large drainage area that starts in Papine, and Marcus Garvey Drive is the end point. So flooding on Marcus Garvey Drive is largely impacted by Richmond Park, Crossroads, Papine, all the way down, and it ends on Marcus Garvey Drive. So we have taken the precaution to do some cleaning in that area. But again, as I said before, we are really realistic. The intensity of the rains that are anticipated will overwhelm the capacity, the existing capacity of the drains in those areas. So some flooding will be expected, and we advise the public to adhere to the warnings being given by the various agencies. We've also done some emergency drain cleaning in Ocherius and St. Anne's Bay area as well. We will this afternoon be activating our Emergency Operations Center, which is a satellite of the National Emergency Operations Center. And in that center, we will receive reports of flooding, we will receive reports of roadblocks, and our teams will be mobilized to respond. And we'll also be in a position to coordinate that information and prepare for Cabinet the updated reports on a daily basis. So that's our report.
Good afternoon, all. My updates are to share with you what the NWC have been doing, what we plan to do in the event of Beryl. We at the NWC, we are the main service. We're in potable water and wastewater services provider on the island. We have activated our in-house committee for preparedness, for which I am the chairman. So I've reminded the teams of what is it that we are to do, and there are some general pre-hurricane readiness activities that we have put in place, some of which include reminder of the disaster committees, reminder of participation in the other stakeholder committees that we need to share information with. We are to update our contact listing and share with ADPEN and the municipal corporations. Other pre-activities include reinforcing our disaster plan, further review of procurement of emergency supplies that were done. We have put in place additional chemicals that will be needed during the event of Beryl. We will fill all storage tanks as of tomorrow. As you would know, most of our surface sources are impacted by turbidity, which is dirty water. We will also fill all our gasoline storage to ensure that our water trucks, both NWC and private, will have access to fuel in the event of service disruption. We have also ensured that all pumping stations that were out of operations are put back in service to ensure business continuity and service reliability during the period. Also, some other before onset hurricane activities. We will operate all facilities up to the point when there is no power supply. I am also sharing that there are some critical facilities that have standby capacity to serve all the areas where an hospitals are located. Also, in addition, our ongoing water restrictions. We have lifted all the restrictions island-wide to ensure residents have opportunity to fill their storage as of tomorrow morning. And finally, we at the NWC, we will be with you, the citizens of Jamaica, during this period, and we will weather the storm together. Thank you.
That was quick and very efficient, and everybody has been efficient so far. Just a reminder, everyone has 5 minutes to give their update, a maximum of 5 minutes. Okay, so we're going to be moving on, and I'm going to invite our Commissioner of Police, Dr. Kevin Blake, to come, and then we will have JDF rep, but I will come back.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Also, our preparation for this oncoming hurricane commenced on Thursday of last week, where we started off with a series of meetings with our area commanders. We're all now in a state of readiness to stand up our incident command centers right across the island. And this will happen at 6 p.m. tomorrow. We've also had several meetings with some of our external stakeholders, including the JDF or the PEM, our Disaster Preparedness Committee, our Jamaica Hotel and Tourist Association, and several other relevant committees in having dialogue and discussion in terms of our readiness. Our divisional commanders have been meeting with our parish disaster committees, and we have established a liaison system with a number of liaison officers who will coordinate with other stakeholders at the parish levels in all 19 geographic divisions. And each liaison officer is at a minimum a senior superintendent of police. And this program will be managed by our acting assistant commissioner in charge of operation, Mr. Michael Bailey. We also have plans in readiness as soon as the shelters have been established to secure the shelters. In terms of our management structure, we will operate in a 4-tier management structure, which includes a headquarters management team that looks at the national picture and plugs into the other national apparatus. We will also establish a management team specifically for the corporate area, primarily because of the several important infrastructure that exists within the corporate area. At the area level, there is a command team, management team in each area, and also at the divisional level, we will have management team, and all these teams will feed up into the national JCF headquarters management team. With that, we should cover the entire island in terms of information and responding to any incident. We have enough human resource deployed. We have scaled down most of our operations, except all our operational persons will be out in their numbers. We will possibly be recalling some persons from leave in order to ensure that we have adequate deployment on the road during this period. Our highway patrols will continue to monitor our thoroughfares across the island to ensure that they remain usable and passable. Our mobile patrol will be concentrating primarily within the domestic spaces and the business districts. And our quick response, which may be extremely relevant given what may happen on our roadway, will be out in their full numbers to help to respond to incidents and also to protect our business communities. There are some key vital infrastructure that we have been looking at that we will be placing emphasis on looking at protecting in collaboration with our JDF. And these include Petrojam, our airports, our business districts, our hospitals, the major road networks, our courts, prisons, and all scheduled premises, including our high commissions and our embassies. In terms of our status of equipment and resources, we have completed an inventory of our supplies, and I'm pleased to say that we do have sufficient supply to take us through. We are also fortunate enough to have some heavy equipment that we have strategically placed at all area level, and these equipment will assist the other external entities in helping to clear debris and in the event of any search and rescue and disaster recovery. In terms of our communication network, it is paramount, very important that even if our commercial communication is down, our public safety remain up during this period. And as such, we have a very comprehensive plan in looking at securing our communication infrastructure. And this will be led by our technology branch. And the whole idea is to ensure constant monitoring of our communication sites and ensure that they're up. However, in the event that we have a site that is down, we have a response team, and we have ensured that they have adequate supply of maintenance equipment. We have also ensured that all our generators are properly fueled, and we have excess fuel to take us beyond the expected time of this hurricane. Our Police Emergency Command Center, which is critical, must remain up. And so we are doing all that is necessary to ensure that is the case. However, we do have a contingency plan in the event, in the unfortunate event. I must say, though, throughout all the disasters that we've seen, we have never had an incident or a case where our emergency command center has been down. And I do expect the same here. Notwithstanding, we still have a recovery plan at hand. In terms of our overall recovery plan with respect to communication, technology branch, as I mentioned before, they have immediate responsibility over that, and they will ensure that we respond to any break in any of our sites or any communication system. We have persons on standby to be deployed for that purpose, and we will be coordinating with other agencies such as the ODPM, as well as other first responders and community organizations. And this is one of the roles that our liaisons will play. In terms of communication, we will ensure that the public has effective and timely communication, as we have probably one of the largest and most sophisticated communication arm through our CCN, which we will utilize effectively to bring the necessary information to the public. But also we have established a communication system internally for management so that we can make the necessary decisions and response as the need arise. And we have gotten the assurance from the JDF that we will continue to benefit from the support of the Vice Admiral, and many of our plans and our preparation meeting include the JDF, and we have been in this together. Let me assure Jamaica that the JCF will do all that is in its powers to keep Jamaica safe and to help us through this time. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
And the last agency update we will get will be from the JDF. We have Vice Admiral Antoinette Weiss-Gorman, who will give you an update.
Thank you. Good afternoon. The JDF has initiated its normal protocols for hurricane preparedness. And so firstly, we have set about securing our bases and installations so that we are ready and available to serve the nation. That is fully underway. There are some implications nationally, some national assets that will not be available once we have secured them, such as our ships. That has implications for the fisher folk, who by now will know that we have struck our base in Pedro Keys and will not be available to assist persons in search and rescue in that area until the ships have come back from hurricane avoidance. And I want to reiterate that it's very important that the fisher folk heed the warnings that have been given to them and make their way to mainland if they haven't done so already. Also, our aircraft, which provide essential services for movement of critically ill persons and search and rescue services, those will also be secured. They are in the process of being secured and should be completed by this afternoon, save and except the last one, which will stay as long as possible, and they will not be available as well. Nationally, we have a disaster response role, and we are very nested in the activities of the ODPM. We have been involved in all those meetings and are prepared to conduct our duties. The JDF is widely deployed across all three areas of command. In the JDF, we call them the Eastern, Central, and the Western Command, and we are fully deployed. Some particular assets are also pre-deployed for use should they become necessary. In our regional role, we are also prepared. Our response area is the northwestern area of the Caribbean, which will be impacted by this tropical event. And so our disaster assistance response team is screened and prepared and ready to deploy if we are so directed. So Jamaicans can rest assured that as normal, the JDF will be available and ready to assist. As the Commissioner has indicated, we're also very nested and aligned with the requirement to support the JCF for public order and other issues operationally. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. We are going to have two ministers now come to give some updates. We'll have Minister Mackenzie, who is a lead in all of this preparation that we have. He is the Minister of Local Government and Community Development. And followed right after will be Minister Darrell Vaz, the Minister of Science, Energy, Telecoms, and what's the last one? Transport. Yes, and he'll give you an update on all those areas.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The state of readiness in the Ministry of Local Government, the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management, is in full flight. I just want to advise the country that on the instructions of the Prime Minister, the National Disaster Council is now fully activated and the working committees. That is one area of information that the country should be aware. I want to start my brief presentation this afternoon by spending a couple of minutes in speaking about the efforts that are being made as I speak to secure our infirmaries and the homeless population across the country. There are two infirmaries that will be relocated if needs become necessary. That's in Trelawney, and the other is in St. Anne, which is next door to the ocean. It is important, ladies and gentlemen, that the infirmaries, the protocols that we are going to be putting down during this period, that the public recognize and acknowledge these protocols. All our municipal corporations have been making arrangements to transport the homeless population wherever we can find them, to whether our drop-in centers or infirmaries or schools that have been identified right across the country. So the municipal corporations have been working on that since yesterday, and they have intensified those activities over the last couple of hours. They have also intensified their drain cleaning preparations as funds have been made available to all municipal corporations to undertake mitigation exercises across the country. And I can say that they have been responding in a very positive way. There are some critical areas that we have identified where persons who are physically challenged are living. We do have a list, and Minister Charles earlier today spoke about that, but the municipal corporations have now issued instructions that these persons must be found, and the necessary arrangements are being made to take them to the necessary locations that are being provided in the respective parishes. I must say to the country that the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management will be able to communicate to the country during the period of the hurricane, after the hurricane. The communication system that was jointly funded by the Japanese government and Jamaica will be fully utilized during this period of the hurricane. I think this is a game changer for Jamaica. It's the first time in the history of Jamaica that we will have a telecommunication system that will cover the entire island during, after, and going forward. We have already identified the areas where we are saying to the public, places like Port Maria, other areas we have put up early warning systems, I want to give the country the assurance that the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management is in a position to respond and to respond positively to any outcome that faces us over the next couple of hours. The Jamaica Fire Brigade, one of our first respondents, has been provided with the necessary resources. They have had new equipments that will allow them to offer the kind of response services that will be required at this time. The trucks received recently by the National Solid Waste Management Authority, especially those 8 tipper trucks and the cranes, couldn't come at a better time. 10 trucks. So, ladies and gentlemen, Jamaicans, as the minister with responsibility for disaster preparedness, the country is in good hands. We have done the work. We'll be able to respond and respond in a timely manner. Our shelters, once we are given the green light, we will activate the 870 shelters.
Design, develop, scale, repeat. Wix Studio, the platform for agencies and enterprises.
Our parish disaster coordinators are in a state of readiness. Our shelter managers are also in a state of readiness. I'm going to ask the country to be ready to work with us, to work with themselves, to ensure that we minimize the effects of the spending hurricane. We can only succeed if we work collectively to overcome the obstacles that we face over the next couple of days. I urge Jamaicans to be ready, prepared, and be aware.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Just a few comments in relation to portfolio responsibilities that fall under my ambit. In terms of the telecommunication companies, both Flow and Digicel have assured me that their emergency plans are in place. And I'm also in touch with Starlink that could give us some coverage as well. And we'll hear more from them today in terms of that. The airports working together with the airlines. And of course, we'll open until it is no longer safe to do so. JPS, they already gave us their emergency plan from the end of May. So that is in place. And of course, JUTC, which plays a critical role in relation to working with OPEM in terms of transportation to shelters, etc. That protocol is in place. And last but not least, Petrojam. We have 2 weeks supply, Prime Minister. So we are in good stead and have arrangements for backup once we know what the true situation is. So from that perspective, I just want to reassure the country that these agencies, state and public agencies and private entities are ready to work with the government in relation to a response. We hope and pray that we will not need it, but we always have to be prepared. So I give you that assurance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Minister Vaz. I should note that we don't have all of the agencies that met with the cabinet here today. We did get updates from the NSWMA, from the Jamaica Fire Brigade, the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. We also got an update from the Ministry of Agriculture, and many of their agencies are here in the room. The Ministry of Tourism also presented, and we had some comments from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through the minister in relation to outreach to our brothers and sisters in the Eastern Caribbean. So even though they're not here, we did get briefings from them. So it's been comprehensive briefings throughout the day. And now I will move on to our Prime Minister, the Most Honorable Andrew Holness, to speak to the country.
Thank you, Minister. Colleagues, heads of entities that are here, members of the press, our Jamaican diaspora overseas, and of course, the rest of the world who are looking on and wishing and hoping the best for us. And indeed, let me also express our solidarity with our brothers and sisters in the Eastern Caribbean who are presently being affected. Now, I understand that it is a fast-moving system and that Barbados has already issued an all clear that it has moved past them. But they are still in some harm's way. The outer bands will still affect them. They will still get rain. And when we're finished here, we will get the assessment of damage to those countries, and whatever we can do, even in our own preparations, we will stand ready to assist. The system is an unusual one. I'm not going to pretend to be the weatherman today. Evan did such an excellent job in bringing the nation up to date, but it should be noted that this would be probably the first hurricane that has come so early in the season and has reached this category so quickly. It is a signal of the climate change issues that we are always very cognizant of. The hurricane seems to have the potential, once it has left the Eastern Caribbean, to either maintain or strengthen its capacity. So the projection that Evan gave us is that it could be a category 2 when it reaches Jamaica. But all of this, Jamaicans should bear in mind, it is a projection of likelihood. It could degrade, and we would say, thank God. It could increase, and we would even pray harder. So what can we do? As a country, we must be prepared. So today, I'm addressing you on what the government is doing to be prepared. There is a legislative framework which guides the government's preparation. And that framework is called the Disaster Risk Management Act. And at the beginning of the hurricane season, we called together all the entities that have anything to do with disaster preparedness. And Minister Mackenzie has already mentioned that the various committees under the Act have been initiated. So we're following that legislative framework, and we have put in place the various committees. Now, the government is contemplating, based upon the various updates that we have received, the implementation of orders under the Disaster Risk Management Act. This would give the government the necessary executive powers to be able to respond quickly and with flexibility. No decision has yet been taken. The cabinet will reconvene in another hour or so. And when we review all the recommendations and presentations made, then we will inform the nation as to the implementation of orders under the DRMA. This is very important. It's very important to, one, establish that there is a disaster and that emergency rules would kick in. Very important for accountability afterwards. Sometimes after disasters have passed, the accountability process sometimes does not incorporate that there was a disaster. And so it is important that the framework be well established. So it is likely that we will implement orders under the Disaster Risk Management Act. The nation will know this before 5 p.m. today. It will also be important for guiding our security forces, particularly in the taking of preemptive actions to prevent looting, which we have seen instances of this in disasters past, and we will not have and countenance any such thing in this pending emergency. It is also necessary to help us to guide and encourage the general public who may be in areas that are likely to be impacted significantly. By all projections, the storm, let me use a proper term, the hurricane, which it is now, is on a track to affect significantly the southern end of the island, which means that low-lying areas are going to be seriously affected. We will probably be affected by heavy rains, by flooding. We have seen when we are impacted in this way that some areas have been affected by landslides, which have caused deaths. Because it is a hurricane, we will also have high winds, which mean that we could see damage to residential property and to other infrastructure. So we have to be prepared for that. I want you to take note that both the JDF and the Fire Brigade have advised that at some point in time, their services will not be available, meaning that for evacuations, for health responses, for emergency services, we may not have aircraft, boats, fire trucks, because those things may have to be secured during the hurricane. So this means that as citizens, you have to look at the threat to your immediate environment and make the right decision about evacuation. It is always a sensitive and touchy subject. I quite well understand people don't want to leave their property. They worry about security. But the most important thing is your life. So I would encourage you, please, the security forces or emergency services would not be able to operate in the heights of the hurricane and even just before. And there may be even a delay after. So we encourage you, please secure yourself by moving to higher ground, moving to safer ground, making arrangements with your family members to find safer place to be. So if you live particularly in low-lying areas, starting from the most eastern end of the island, that would be anywhere in Portland and St. Thomas, coming up to the Mansion Hill area, coming all the way around. If you are in areas in the East Rural St. Andrew, coming around, please, you're going to be impacted. So take the necessary steps. I cannot implore you more than I'm doing now. I'm encouraging you, please take the necessary steps. The government is also making the necessary arrangements to ensure that we are able to respond after the hurricane has passed. We are in touch with the commercial trade to ensure that we have sufficient stocks in place, that persons can be able to at least have access to food and water after the hurricane has passed. As you would have heard from the relevant entities, that we have, Minister Vaz, remind me, is it 14 days of supply of fuel? We have 2 weeks supply of fuel. Our telecommunication services have been investing significantly in improving the resilience of their hard infrastructure, and we expect that they should stand up. But if there is any disruption or a break, we are pursuing alternatives to ensure that we are still connected, particularly for government entities. And Minister Vaz highlighted one of the parallel approaches we are taking to ensure connectivity and the continuation of business. In terms of information, in a disaster, information is critical. And in today's world, you will have many sources of information. I'm urging all citizens to pay close attention to the government information outlets and to your traditional, credible, well-established sources of information in the media. the GIS will be working directly now with ODPEM. ODPEM is in charge of the coordination and response of Jamaica's emergency preparation. An important part of our emergency response is how we communicate with the public. And so GIS will be working directly now with ODPEM to ensure that it gets out the information. So the GIS will be your central source. But all the media that are here, that are established, credible sources, they will be getting their information from the GIS. So there will be a consistent and even flow of information to the public to help you to make the decisions necessary for your safety. In terms of our plans for security, we are not yet contemplating any curfews or any limitation on movements. But as we get closer to the time and we are able to assess the intensity of the hurricane, then we will make those decisions and that will be communicated. At this point in time, I am encouraging all Jamaicans to take the hurricane as a serious threat. It is, however, not a time for panic. It is a time for us to be very strategic and calculated in our approach. We have 48 hours in which to prepare. Within that 48 hours, a lot could change. But we are taking this precautionary stance now because it is easier to be prepared when you're standing on your 2 feet than when you are in the midst of a hurricane struck down. So we're being, not overly cautious, not in a panic mode, but we are being very strategic in our response, and we want to convey that to the general public. You have enough time, enough notice to take the necessary precautions. And what would those precautions look like? First of all, we would encourage you to have your precautionary supply of food, at least 2 or 3 days, just in case. And that should be preferably water, most important, potable water for drinking, and canned foods to ensure that you can last for 3 days if the storm is of that impact that it prevents you from being able to get supplies at supermarkets and corner shops. You should also note that the power, our electricity service, and eventually water will go if the storm reaches a serious threshold. And this is a precautionary move by our utilities in many respects to ensure that there are no fires or serious damage to their equipment. And of course, to preserve our water supply in many instances. So you should ensure that you have some form of light, whether it is candles or batteries. And of course, if you are using candles, please ensure, if you're using any open flame, whether it is a candle or a home sweet home lamp, please ensure that you take the necessary precautions. Again, if you have a fire, it will be very difficult for the fire brigade to respond. So we ask you to take precautions in that regard. Many households will be using generators. And some of these generators may very well be inside or close to where people actually live or sleep. And that can be dangerous because the generators emit an odorless and colorless gas, carbon monoxide, which could just easily wipe out an entire family if it is not dealt with properly. So if you have generators, make provisions for them to be outside, or there is provision for the exhaust to be moved out of the enclosed space. There will be, if there is a high wind, a general impact on residential housing, roofs and windows. So if you have objects that are in your home or in your vicinity that are not secured, those could become missiles in the event of high winds. So you would want to secure those as much as you can. So it means now that there has to be a level of cooperation between you and your neighbors. This is where the community spirit comes in, where we all have to secure our community. In some communities, particularly those that are undergoing construction, there may be aggregates around, and in the event of heavy rain, those will end up being washed out on roadways and into drains, and that can exacerbate flooding. So where we have aggregates and other building material, please secure them, put blocks around them, cover them with tarpaulins, just to ensure that they don't end up as debris in our drains, which would contribute to even greater flooding. So those are things that you can do for your personal documents. You want to ensure that they are also protected. But again, I repeat that for those persons who live in low-lying areas that have traditionally been impacted by storms and floods, that you want to take action now. So get in touch with your family members, start making preparations for evacuations. Listen out to the media, particularly the government entity, the government media entity, GIS, where the necessary warnings and updates will be given periodically. That is going to be important for you to help you with your decision making. Lastly, the NWA has been pre-mobilized, as you would have heard. We are looking at critical drains and gullies, and we are trying to get the cleaning done as quickly as possible. Let me reiterate the point made by the head of the NWA, that even if we were to clean all the drains, it is still likely that several areas in Jamaica will be flooded. If the rains that come, which are predicted, if they do come, the capacity of our existing drains, many of them built 60 years ago when they were thinking about these 1 in 100-year events, would not be able to immediately carry off the downpour. So we will have flooding, and that means that you have to protect your space. So it means maybe sandbagging. It means making sure that if you are lower than the roadway, and some areas are, that you protect your entryways where water could come in. So those are important things for the citizens to be aware of. And as I close my presentation to Jamaicans, I'm a firm believer in prayer. And I would urge all Jamaicans now to pray for the safety of the country. In 2016, I believe it was, Hurricane Matthew threatened Jamaica. It was on its way. It was a certain hit. And then inexplicably, it turned to the north. God is good all the time. God is good. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. We did very well with time, and thank you for the reminder of prayer. We are a praying country, and we will pray for the safety of this country and all its citizens. I know the media may have some questions. We were live on almost every platform in Jamaica media platform, and some of the members are here and they are also online. And so we will have the wonderful press secretary, Naomi, take over and take the questions from the media.
Thank you, Minister. Of course, we have representatives here. May I just remind the media, we're really focused on the meeting this morning with the Disaster Risk Management Committee and, of course, the presentations that happened a while ago. I recognize Ms. Maitland from TVJ. Again, just reintroduce yourself and ask a question, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Jamila Maitland from TVJ. Mr. Thompson, Evan Thompson, said that he's expecting that all officials would have evacuated from the Keys. I'm just asking the Minister of National Security or the JDF if they can confirm that. And is there a cutoff time, a deadline as it relates to when these fishers are supposed to get off these Keys? Thanks.
I think our CDS is coming to respond here, but the advisory was put out and they've been informed that they needed to do so already.
Thank you. Just to reiterate what the minister just said, that all officials should have already evacuated and have made their way to mainland. Certainly the Coast Guard station with the police element that is at the Pedro Keys, that base has been struck and we are no longer available there to remove persons because we have to set our ships to sea. And so for those who are not already done so, they should do so post haste.
Afternoon. Mahiri Stewart from Nationwide News here. Question to the Prime Minister. Could you expound a bit on the National Disaster Fund and how it's going to be implemented as we weather through this hurricane?
The National Disaster Fund is a fund that is contributed in many ways into local government, but it is held in the Ministry of Finance. It can be used for mitigating purposes. It can be used to respond. That is not the overall funds that will be available to the country based on, so I don't want the 500 million to be considered as what we would be using to respond. It is a portion of the security that has been created by the government to respond to disaster. Okay? But that 500 million can be accessed by virtue of a request being made, and then the Ministry of Finance would follow through on that. But the bulk of our security rests in the insurance policies that this administration have been able to put in place.
All right, great. Are there any other questions? All right, given that we have been around for a little while this morning, oh, there's one from CVM. Let me run to her.
Hi, afternoon. Courtney Lewis from CVM. Should the hurricane be more severe than projected, how are we assured that the fuel supply mentioned before is actually adequate?
The Ministry of Investment, Industry and Commerce is now in dialogue with the commercial trade to verify the stocks that are available. But I can say that generally Jamaica has good stocks and supplies. Historically, it has proven to be the case, so I'm not expecting that we will hear anything differently. By 4 o'clock today, we will have a full report as to what our actual stocks are. The thing I would say, however, is that given the emerging nature of this hurricane, it appears to be fast moving. And if it continues to be fast moving, then the impact, we would say, would be maybe a day or two. And so we would have the ability to restock. But for that period of time, I think we should have enough stocks available.
Jamelia, you have another question?
Jamila again from TVJ. Minister Mackenzie, you spoke about the telecom system that was, Minister Mackenzie, you spoke about the telecom system that we're going to be using. Can you just expound a little bit on that? And to what extent is the police involved in all of that too?
Well, it is a broad-based radio telecommunication system that is spread right across the country. All 14 parishes. There are base stations that have been erected in each municipality and selected locations across the country. There are annual radios, and this system ties in the police, ties in the Jamaica Fire Brigade. So it's a broad-based communication system that is established in the Office of Disaster Preparedness and Emergency Management that is manned by the Jamaica Fire Brigade. As I speak, test runs are being made on the system, if that answers your question.
Thank you, Minister. And then our final question, we give it to Mahiri.
Yeah, one last question for the Prime Minister. I believe you alluded to it earlier that you had been in communication with other leaders from other Caribbean countries that may be affected. Could you expound on the talks that you had with them and the feedback they've given you based off of what they've experienced so far?
No, I have not been in any direct conversation. We do have a chat group that we monitor. So I've been seeing the conversations going back and forth. And all the islands in the region have been preparing pretty much like what we are doing, and we stand ready to assist. I mean, providing that our resources aren't all tied up here. We have something called the DART, the Disaster Assistance Response Team, which we have deployed twice. We've deployed to Dominica, we've deployed to the Bahamas to assist. I have not, since I've been in meetings, I have not had a chance to see what the impact has been on our sister islands. I know Barbados has issued an all clear, but I haven't seen a disaster impact assessment as yet. But as soon as we get that, then we will make our statement. And even though we are in our own preparations, we are always standing by to assist. Yeah, and it's important that in terms of CDEMA, which is the Caribbean Emergency Response, Jamaica has lead response for the northwestern end. Yes. Any other question? Thank you.
There's one more, and then we will close out. Prime Minister, I do know that cabinet is on.
Yeah, we have to convene shortly.
Last one. Once again, Courtney Lewis from CVM. In the time of our earthquakes, the government was accused of being too slow to communicate. What can you tell us about your communication apparatus at this point?
I don't think I understand the question you want to ask, but the accuracy, the government was very quick in communicating. I think the issue was that persons were saying ODPEM's communication should have been more fulsome, might be the word, or more robust. And so we have recognized that as a gap. And what we have decided to do now is to reinforce ODPEM's communications abilities with support from the GIS, which in any event, the GIS would be part of their centralized response. But so that we have a very effective communication strategy now, the GIS will take the lead in ensuring that the necessary information that the public should get, particularly the technical information, that will be provided and supported in terms of the decisions that ODPEM would make, then the GIS would convey that. But just quickly in terms of communications, so there are several levels. I mean, there is the information that we give to the public. And so, you know, ODPEM has to make certain decisions based upon its field of view. And ODPEM has the widest field of view because it coordinates all the entities. And so whatever decision it makes, then the GIS will help them to package that for communication. And then there is the actual now delivery of the information. So we are going to be relying on our media that we expect to be still up and broadcasting even during the hurricane as best as possible. But even if we were to have a disruption in media, we still have an emergency communication service, which is largely for the internal workings of the government. So the JCF will still be up, the JDF will still be up, and the new system for ODPEM will still be up. And we are also continuing to further develop our links, our internet links, should our telecommunication services be disrupted. So we should always be in a position not just to have information, but to effectively disseminate and communicate that to the public. So in closing, the government has two lines of actions for readiness. The first is the internal preparedness of the government, and that is guided by the Disaster Risk Management Act. We have followed all the procedures of that act. All the entities and all the leaders and all the persons who are authorized and designated personnel. They have been mobilized. They know what their task is. They know what their duties are. And we expect that the government's response will be effective and will be quick. And then the other line of effort is to inform the public, to get the public on board, to get the public in the right frame of mind, and to build a level of cooperation as we face the impending threat of the hurricane. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, PM. Thank you all for joining us. And bulletin number 4 just came out, the 2 p.m. bulletin. And as PM had said, we have to listen to those bulletins. Thank you all.
We want to say thank you all for joining us at this press conference live from Jamaica Houses, where we are going to say so long from here. And we're going to say to all Jamaicans, take precaution, take heed in what they just said. This is not a joke thing. This is very serious. Jamaicans, take heed. We're going to close out our broadcast now with one final video. I think this is from the CNN. Can I show this? I doubt. Okay, my producers are telling me not to show it because CNN may have a copyright on their thing. But this is where we're going to say so long from here. Please, 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 my fellow Jamaicans from all walks of life in Jamaica, from Negril Point to Moran Point, take heed in what was just said. I know some of you may say, sure, I'll listen to them. Please take heed. This thing is serious. I want to say thank you all for being a part of the program. Thank you all for being here with me for this long extended broadcast of the Mequitalk program tracking Hurricane Beryl. Remember to like, share, and subscribe, and also to keep the program going, you can give something to Ozell. Until you hear my voice again, I'm Jeffrey Tavares saying thank you all for being a part of this program today. May God bless you. May God continue to bless the people of the Caribbean and guide and protect us as this hurricane season is upon us. And not only the people of the Caribbean, but also people here in South Florida, Louisiana, and other places, Texas, and so forth. May God continue to guide and protect all of us. And remember, Jamaicans, please take heed in what is being said by the authorities in your country. God bless you. Have a great day, everyone.
When the game gets rough and this life just seems so tough, make we talk, my people, make we talk. When this town becomes an ugly place, don't let it erase the smile from your face. Make we talk, people, make we talk. Conversation is the key, a guiding light for you and me. Spark a talk and you will see. Conflict solver A to Z. World leaders master the art of self-defense just by talk. So people, make we talk. Hey, we're living in a world that on ourselves we must depend. Make we talk.